Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Good afternoon, everybody. Can I just get your attention for a few minutes? We're about to start. Good afternoon. Welcome to GMF's annual forum on the eve of the Ukraine Recovery Conference. We're so glad that you can join us. This year we're calling it Unbreakable Ukraine. That's a little loud. And let me just start because we're actually standing in a historic part of town. This, as you know, are the former grounds of the historic Gdansk shipyards. So let's also talk a little bit about Unbreakable Gdansk. Many of you remember 1989, but just 9 years before that, here in 1980, that was the birth of Solidarity. And these streets saw a lot of turmoil. Activists and leaders of Solidarity were crushed. Tanks rolled through these streets. And back then, the transatlantic community refused to forget about Solidarity and made sure that the cause of Solidarity was not forgotten from the international agenda. We told Poles that they were not alone and that they had moral legitimacy. And today, Ukraine is in the same spot, right? The international community needs to make sure that Ukraine remains front and center of the international agenda, because Ukraine actually stands on the front lines of our very notions of freedom and democracy. And today, recovery really needs to be more examined in a very nuanced manner. And that's our intention today at GMF's Unbreakable. As Ukraine continues to defend its sovereignty, conversations like the ones we're going to have today are essential for laying out a sustainable and resilient and stronger Ukraine. But really, it's also a moment to think about Ukraine's civil defense and civil protection, because this is super important in terms of Ukraine's road to recovery. It's about protecting the people who are under constant attack in the cities and regions all across Ukraine, and keeping cities livable, because that is what's going to make Ukraine more sustainable. And also, I think it's clear to everybody that security has become inseparable when it comes to civil defense. And on that note, it's also clear that Ukraine's security is linked to Europe's security. And in a few minutes, our first set of panels are going to tackle that very issue about what Ukraine can teach Europe about resilience and security. We'll get to that right before the coffee break. And finally, I also have to mention, as a representative of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Ukraine remains a central issue to the transatlantic relationship. Roles have definitely been reshaped and readjusted. Look at the EU, for example. For the first time in its history, it's come to the aid of a country under attack, signifying a whole new level of engagement for the EU. And me being based in Berlin, I've seen how Germany has transformed itself over the course of 4 years. It's remarkable to think about Germany as taking on a leadership role militarily for the European security architecture. But most importantly, a strong and resilient Ukraine is only going to make its way if there's close alignment among transatlantic partners. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, GMF has built a comprehensive Ukraine portfolio that examines civil society resilience, sustainable recovery, and reforms that are integral to the EU accession process. We do this through programming such as the Ukraine Cities Partnership, the Marshall Plan Initiative, and the Ukraine Reform Working Group. The challenge is simply not rebuilding what has been destroyed in Ukraine, but helping Ukraine emerge stronger, more resilient, and closer to Europe, which will, of course, influence a stronger transatlantic relationship. And the integration of security and recovery is the most novel contribution of this year's URC. And that's the red thread that's what we're going to talk about at today's Unbreakable Ukraine, how security and civil protection and preparedness has a symbiotic relationship. So before I introduce the next panel, I also want to let you know that we're also here to introduce a very special book, co-authored by my colleagues here, and also Governor Prokudin from Kherson. And you're going to hear about this special book, Unbreakable Kherson, Ukraine, in just a few minutes. And then we're also going to talk about how Ukrainian cities are looking at sustainability in their road to recovery, and how cities and regions are also using sound governance when it comes to public investment. We could not have organized today's side event without the generous support of the Ukraine Cities Partnership, the Howard G. Buffett Foundation, and also Recovery for All, the Recovery for All project, funded by Global Affairs Canada and implemented by Alinea International. A big thank you to all of them and to all of you for joining us. And as you all know, in the agenda, you're also invited at the end of this conference to attend a reception at Restaurant Gradova, which has been put together by our partner, the PKO Foundation. There we'll also have some featured speakers like Nobel laureate and former President Lech Walesa. For those of you that don't want to walk in the beautiful sunshine, there is a bus that's provided to all of you outside the hotel at 6:15. So if you don't want to walk, there will be bus transportation. Now, I'm very, very pleased to introduce the Honorable Heidi Heitkamp from the great state of North Dakota. She is the first woman elected to Congress from North Dakota. She also serves as a trustee on the board of the German Marshall Fund of the United States and serves as a board member on the Howard G. Buffett Foundation. Heidi's traveled to Ukraine for humanitarian efforts, and she's also a prolific commentator on major media outlets all across the United States, talking about Ukraine's plight, and a distinguished speaker in front of audiences ranging from Chicago to DC, and of course back home in North Dakota. We're so pleased to have you here, Heidi. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon. Whoa, whoa. That's a little, he's kept going, put it up to your mouth. I didn't know it was going to blow you all out. Thank you so much for having me. This has been so exciting to receive this invitation, especially given the passion that I have for this topic. I want to just kind of take you back on maybe a journey of a senator who, when I was in the Senate, never thought that I would be doing anything with international relations, with transatlantic responsibilities for the United States of America, because I did ag policy, I did tax policy, I did energy policy, pretty much all domestic. And then when I left the Senate, which was in the middle of President Trump's first term, I looked at how I wanted to spend the rest of my publicly facing life. And what did I think was important and significant in terms of contribution? And I said, I never thought that on that list of things would be to defend democracy. We have lived in a period of time as a post-World War II baby boomer of peace, of collaboration, of cooperation, of the ability to continue to disagree, but disagree in a way that is respectful, that is significant in terms of advancing ideas, advancing principles of democracy. I never thought we would see that kind of commitment to liberal democracy ebb in the United States and globally. Now, that's not to say that there isn't always a significant importance of a reset or a reevaluation. But we are at a time where it is incumbent on every person, not just in government, not just in positions of power or responsibility or authority, but every one of us to re-examine our commitment to democracy. And so how do we do that? We join boards, we come to events like this, we encourage you all to continue your advocacy, we encourage you all to continue your commitment to democracy, but we also visit places. And in my work, I've never been called upon to jeopardize the life of my family, to jeopardize my life. I've never been called upon to stand on the wall and take the incoming from a genocidal maniac. That's not my life, but it is the life of everyday Ukrainians. It is the life of leaders who watch this happen and wonder, what more can I do? And dig deeper and deeper and deeper to continue their commitment to their sovereignty and their commitment to the security and safety of the people that they represent. And so I've traveled to Ukraine twice, And I want to not talk about the bombed out buildings. You can go and see Howard's exhibits. I don't know, where are you in Copenhagen still, Howard? Right here. Oh, right here. So in Gdansk, you can go and take a look at Howard's pictures. He has been absolutely, you can talk about everything that Howard's done, but he has been a documentarian. He has documented what has happened with his frequent trips and the pictures. And you can see all that. But what you probably won't see in every one of those pictures is the hope of the Ukrainian people. Because without hope, nothing great can be accomplished. Nothing can, in fact, persevere. What, in fact, are the challenges of the day? Because the hope is that they will have their country back. The hope is that they will be able to sustain and move forward in their challenges. But how do we help them? How do we, I mean, you can talk about all of the, help and assistance and money, but the commitment that we can show to the Ukrainian people that gives them just a glimmer that they're not in this fight alone. I tell everybody I'm from North Dakota. You may wonder why someone from North Dakota would be standing here. We have, percentage-wise, one of the largest Ukrainian populations in the country. So these are also my people, the people that I represented. In my home in North Dakota, we have the American flag, and underneath that, we fly the Ukrainian flag. In solidarity, in remembrance of that sacrifice, in remembrance that they are standing on the wall for all of us as we pursue a better future for the globe, but a better future in our country, because we are not separate. And so in those visits, if you think about this, we visited a school, young children in middle of literally a war zone, still going to school. And you saw the hope in the teacher, but you saw the trauma. You saw the trauma of a nation that every day endures. We saw people who lost limbs, who still had hope, who still wanted to go to the front to defend their country. You don't do that without commitment, and you don't do that without solidarity for the rest of your country. We saw so many people rebuilding and reimagining, as we're going to talk about today, reimagining what their country can be. They are not just living in the moment, they're living for the future. And they're redefining that future, but they can't do it alone. And so I just want to finalize my comment by telling you how much I appreciate Howard. He gets a lot of awards, and let me tell you, deserves every one of them. But I've known Howard for a lot of years. We started working together when I was in the Senate on border security issues, and I've seen Howard masterfully deploy resources. But I've never seen Howard move with the compassion and move with the commitment to these people, because he has seen it every day that he's there. He has seen the sacrifice. He has seen the sense of humor, which we don't talk enough about. He has seen the commitment to their sovereignty. He has seen the commitment to each other, the band of brothers, and that is inspiring. And we need inspiration in the world today. And Howard, you give me inspiration. Thank you so much for including me in your ride. Thanks to GMF for including me in this effort. And know that every ounce of political capital that I have is deployed to protect democracy globally, but to actually talk about what is happening in Ukraine and the importance of that great country and its amazing people to our future in the great state of North Dakota. Thank you so much.
So welcome, everyone. My name is Chris Burns, a longtime journalist, conflict zone, wartime journalist as well. I've covered a number of conflicts. And by the way, Heidi, thanks for your talk. And actually, North Dakota is home to NORAD. Yep. And NORAD is part of that anti-missile defense and missile defense that exists in the U.S. So the unthinkable is something that North Dakotans also think about. And that's what we're thinking about today as well, is what if there was an invasion into the European Union or somewhere else that needs to defend itself not only from a military standpoint, but from a civil protection standpoint. And this talk about how, yes, we need to help Ukraine, and we're joined at the hip for security and defense, yes. But what about civil protection? And that's what we're going to be talking about a lot this afternoon. And we're going to start that with two people who are very much very important to this discussion. Alona Shkrum, are you here right now, Alona? Yes, Alona, welcome. Witamy. I mean, witamy is Polish, right? Alona, nice to meet you. Hello. There's fine. Alona Shkrum is Ukrainian First Deputy Minister for Communities, Territories, and Infrastructure Development. And Michał Baranowski. Michał, hello. Witamy. Witamy, Polish Deputy Minister for Economic Development and Technology, also a former Managing Director at the German Marshall Fund. And you might ask, well, why am I involved in this? Is because I'm very much involved in promoting this book that we're going to be talking about today, and the task force that's going to tear out pages of that book and try to apply them across the European Union. I guess some of this place is steeped in history. I covered it many times. I've been a journalist for CNN, for AP, for Bloomberg TV, and I still do things for Euronews. You know about this building? You know what building you're in? Yeah. Hitler built his submarines here. Submarines. Right? And about 100 meters away are the shipyards where Lech Wałęsa and others helped to crack the Soviet bloc. World War II began here with the Stuka bombers starting in September 1939. This place is steeped in history, and now we're talking about history in the making, and we're all part of that. I think that's it. My wife is Polish, so her family lived under the Soviet boot, has many stories to tell, and we have two kids. I'm a French and American citizen. My mother lived under German occupation, Nazi occupation in Paris, so I know a lot about history. And because I have two kids, I have skin in this game. So that's why I want to talk about this. Alona, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me here.
Yeah. What about this shift? As Heidi was talking about, you know, we are connected on a security standpoint, security and defense standpoint. But what about this other aspect? And it's not just that we're helping Ukraine. What about this two-way street? Now, we found out about the drones. That was important. Europe and the U.S. have learned a lot about drone technology from Ukraine. What about civil defense, civil protection? How do you keep a country running under the bombs?
Well, again, thanks so much for starting this discussion and for being here. It's an inspiration to start the Recovery Conference. And just a couple of words of what our ministry does. So basically, we were always the ministry that was responsible for regions, communities, territories, mayors, decentralization. And then we added infrastructure, and we were united with the Ministry of Infrastructure, because during the war, you cannot really talk about recovery and infrastructure without the regions and without the centralized government. And now we're responsible also for railway, for the ports, for the airports that do not work but will be, for housing, for recovery in general, reconstruction of housing, cross-border points, roads, rebuilding the roads, building the new roads, IDPs, internally displaced people, and their reintegration into society. And we do all of that with the regions. And obviously this is a portfolio difficult to imagine in normal times, but at times of war, it gives you also a sense of resilience and panic at times.
Well, yeah, and it's not only, hopefully you have the things at hand as much as you can, but we're finding out from the book the experience of Kherson, and the governor is here with us today, is going to talk about that. But this is happening all over eastern Ukraine, especially, and even other parts of Ukraine. How do you run a ministry like yours, where it's, like, as you say, it's not only building, but it's rebuilding. It's building, getting knocked down, rebuilding. How do you deal with that?
I don't think it's about the question how we run it. I think it's a question how people push us to run it. So Ukrainians are very good at resilience. Ukrainians are very good at uniting during the shocking times. We are not as good, and I can say it honestly, with building sustainable systems and with building strategies, but we are very good at reacting.
Can you give an example, concrete example of that?
Very concrete example. We were responsible for winter period, as we always are, for utilities, water, critical infrastructure, everything to every building, to every house, to every school. And when Russia hit this winter severely energy infrastructure, there is pretty much nothing we can do. We don't have the energy to supply to the buildings or, to do that. We can do resilience points of invincibility. We can tell people where to go, hide from the attacks. We can tell people where to go, to survive and to get hot soup. We can bring generators. We can bring boilers. We can buy them. We can arrange them. We can coordinate them. But it's obviously not enough. So there was this question that Kiev was very badly prepared for that. Kiev is a very centralized energy system. Other cities are not as bad. And basically the question was, should we evacuate somebody from Kiev? And the mayor, said it a number of times, and we were very much afraid that it will resolve in panic. We had a plan, and now I can say it, it was a backup plan. We had this document of the government prepared to evacuate 250,000 people to hotels, to other buildings, to other places for free, give them the money through a digital system, but it's only 250,000. More, we really could not do it. And the need was about 1 million. But then the mayor, said that there might be evacuation, and it's minus 15 degrees, it's super cold, 900 buildings are without electricity, and water is also crucial, so we are taking away the water so the pipes do not burst. And then Kiev people and Ukrainians said, we are not going to evacuate anywhere. You do what you need to do. Nobody's going to be evacuated. We just don't agree to that. We are going to stay here. I mean, as a government, as a mayor, you do what you need to do, and you tell us, how much time it takes. It takes 2 weeks, okay. It takes 1 week, okay. And basically the people managed us. We did not really, we did not have a say in that.
Yeah.
But that was quite impressive to me.
Yeah. But it's a question of adaptation of the population and of the government as well. What about, Michał, what about in Poland, how much is civil protection preparedness on the minds of Poles, being there, right there, on the flank there, and sometimes getting hit by drones? What's the feeling now? And I think it's also a matter of, because you deal with the economic side of it too, how do you think about keeping an economy running even when there is a conflict?
Well, thanks, Chris. Let me start by big thanks to GMF. It's great to be with you guys again, and to all the organizers. And it's great to be with you on the stage, Ilona. Let me start also by, we talked about the symbolism of Gdańsk, and you mentioned the war production, the attacks here, but for us, and I'm sure that over the course of the next few days you will hear it many, many times again, Gdańsk is symbolism of solidarity. And that's why we are meeting here, because we are meeting here in solidarity with Ukraine.
That's what's written on the shipyard gate, Solidarność.
That's
right?
Exactly right. And that's something that lives deeply in our society, it lives in Europe, and it's very much what connects us, very much both ways. Because this is not we express solidarity with Ukraine, and Ukraine very much expresses solidarity with us on a broader picture over the last many years of the war. But you ask about what we do in Poland. First of all, in Poland, and those who are from here will know, we are no longer at a times of peace. We are not in war, but we are no longer in peace. We've had a number of about 20 drones that flew in September of last year. We've had attempts to derail a train that was caught at just the last moment, but could have caused a death and disaster of the people on the train. And just last week, or the week before, but I think last week, these times are a little bit hard to keep track of, we've had execution-style assassination of one of Putin's critics on our streets. We caught the guy, we got him, but this is what's happening right now in the beautiful cities of Poland that you will see are booming, but we are, we are in a gray zone area.
But how much is that threat being taken in the sense that we have to do something about this and get ready,
okay.
or is, oh yeah, well, we're part of NATO, we're not nothing, that'll never happen to us?
We are part of NATO, we are spending like crazy on defense, but we are spending very high on civil preparedness as well.
What are you doing? How?
Okay, so, well, first of all, the numbers are, and let me start with why. The why is resilience is actually deterrence. If we are prepared as societies, if we are prepared as businesses and companies, and I'm coming, I speak from a perspective of a Ministry of Economy, not from Ministry of Interior, that is doing the other part, building the civil shelters. And that's a big program that we are both budgeted about 8 billion for next year and 8 billion euro, and another over 100 billion over the next years. But the preparedness is going on, and with the logic of if we show them that we are resilient, they are much less likely to hit us. And now Ukraine is, of course, unfortunately, but a laboratory or shows us how to survive and actually thrive. For many of you who visited Kiev or Lviv or other beautiful Ukrainian cities, you have seen also not only the normalcy of these towns, right? So
that's key. But Kherson used to be 250,000 people,
right?
But there's still 1/4 of the population is still there. And that's because they continue to function. They keep the public services. They keep the schools running underground. They keep the hospitals running underground.
Exactly.
But they're running.
And this is key. And for us, so we are preparing also on the business side. And again, a lot of learning is going on. I know that you'll be talking and making announcements about taking a little bit even more of a look how Ukraine has survived this brutal, unnecessary, vicious attacks from Russia that was directed not at their soldiers, but very much at the civilian population.
Exactly. Alona, I want to ask you about this. The EU does have, and they're not doing nothing. They have a preparedness union policy that they are starting to flesh out. There is a European Coalition for Civil Preparedness and Resilience. It's a year-old alliance, 11-member countries, also called Friends of Preparedness. Their April statement this year says Ukraine's lessons learned are invaluable for us and the EU as a whole, including insights on hybrid threats, critical infrastructure disruptions. We highlight the need to make full use of these lessons learned. Preparedness comes with a cost, but the cost of failing to prepare can be greater. What do you think, because there's talk of inviting, because those are only EU countries, what could Ukraine bring to the table if we brought you in to that coalition?
So this is a question where we've been asked that for the past half year, and we were asked very concrete things.
Okay.
So just a couple of months ago, we were with the minister in Brussels for the Preparedness Readiness Forum by Commissioner Labib, who is responsible for all the civil protection. And,
DG ECHO.
They are saying they are preparing for wildfires, but basically it's wildfires and the possible war.
Floods, earthquakes,
right?
things like that. Yeah, one-offs. Yeah.
But it was said very publicly, and possible either war or drone attacks or cybersecurity attacks, but basically war. And with me on the panel was a CEO of the biggest, one of the biggest ports in Europe, Antwerp and Bruges. And he was asked a very concrete question from the audience. If there is a drone at the port facilities, what do you do? What is the protocol? Are you prepared? And he said, no, we are not prepared. According to our decrees, we have to stop the operation of the port. If there is a drone, we have to get the people out. We have to lose billions per day.
So we're basically paralyzed.
We're basically paralyzed. And we operate at that every day. So if you count the number of sirens in Ukrainian ports for the past year, if you count them all together, the ports were operating during sirens for a month. So there was a month out of 12 months, a month of sirens and attacks. And obviously, if we would have stopped, we would not do the grain export, we would not do the economy, we would not do anything. You cannot build shelters in the port because, you know, you have to think otherwise. So we built shelters which are like panic rooms of concrete, like in the old movies, but they work and they save people. And actually, when you are at URC tomorrow, do come, we have them at the pavilion. So we brought nets just to show you how we operate. We cover all of our roads on the east near Kherson as well with nets, which are deep water, maritime, ocean nets. Some of them came from Scotland, from Great Britain, from Norway. They were laughing when we asked for that, but they're super effective. Drones get stuck like birds on that. So we are showing the nets. We are showing the kind of panic room shelter in the ports. We are showing how we operate and administer with the Ukrainian railway. There would be the center, you know, where you can try yourself to operate something. So I will not get into all of the cards, but do come tomorrow to the pavilion. You will see that. And we are trying to build a system out of that because we are building physical protection.
Right.
We already know what works and what doesn't. Some of the physical protection facilities sustained the 30 direct hits, but some of them didn't. So we are learning, and Russia is also learning.
We're
let me
learning
put
on
it
the
like
job,
that.
and it's
yeah,
real-time stress tests.
And the last thing I'm going to say, we're trying to build a system. So we have this resilient plans, which is a plan for each region that we need to do. It's basically for next winter, but also for the whole, you know, preparedness thing. We have the resilient index, so we know how well one city is prepared and how badly the other one isn't. It consists of 4 points.
Yeah.
Critical protection of physical protection of critical infrastructure and facilities, energy decentralized system and dependence, etc., reserve, so like boilers and generators, etc., and water supply. And we can right now do it almost in real time. The minister is going to talk about that again tomorrow, but with one of the big companies, Palantir, we are building right now the AI technology to measure resilient indexes in real time and to know what to do when there is a hit. And I think it's pretty cool.
It is, very much. So that's what you would bring to the table if you were in that coalition. I have so little time left. It's running down the clock. Do we have one or two questions before we wrap up? Wow. Un ange passe, as they say en français. But let me pitch the same question to you, Michal. Is if, let me keep this as if Ukraine were part of this coalition of the willing for civil preparedness, which you are a part of, which Poland is a part of, what do you think they could make, you know, adding to what Alona says, what could they bring to the table that the others don't have? Okay,
great. Well, so let me start by throwing the hot potato to the ministry who is not here, but it's the Ministry of Interior who is part of that that network. No, but I want to, you know, stress the limited knowledge on this. But I'll tell you from my perspective. From my perspective, what we would be looking at is how Ukrainian businesses right? Because that's Ministry of Economy, manage to continue to function and flourish. Poland is the second biggest partner for Ukraine, the biggest economic partner in the entire EU. And we are receiving great imports and exports going both ways from Ukraine, making sure that our businesses have resilient supply chains as well. And that's something that we are actually doing very thoroughly in Poland and throughout Europe, not only for the reasons of potential war. In fact, this is maybe a secondary. We are looking at this because we have seen how our supply chains can be very much disturbed, often by third countries that are far away and decide to, for example, turn off some critical raw materials. But these are lessons that are very useful as well at a time of conflict, of war. And so I'll be very, very interested in learning from Ukraine on that, in that regards.
Interesting. Any questions out there? Okay. The Preparedness Union policy includes a couple of things that actually the book Unbreakable Kherson has, but goes more into detail and makes a case for it. That's what reinforces this push for preparedness union. One is about stockpiling strategy, awareness raising, boosting rescue EU level reserve response capacities, developing civilian military dual use planning. That's an important part, right?
Let me.
But the book makes a case for that.
Exactly. Let me look into this and also a little bit explain or go into detail on the question you asked before.
Right.
One thing that we are introducing, and you know this very well, to this URC is the security dimension of URC. Super important, and we really think that it should remain a feature for the rest of URCs. And so we are focusing here in our discussions on the overall resilience of Ukrainian society, Ukrainian economy. But of course, what has been absolutely critical is the resilience of Ukraine's defense sector. The ability to not only survive, but to thrive and then proliferate and build a very robust defense industry that is decentralized, that is very innovative, and that, again, that resilience is a huge part of Ukraine's, frankly, are winning at this moment, pushing very strongly on Russia. And for us, if we manage it well, this kind of resilience of our defense sector is critical for our deterrence, because we are absolutely stronger as Poland, as NATO, than our adversary, but we need to make sure that our defense sector can survive the first week, the first month, or the first year of potential conflict.
Yeah, that's right. Resilience. Alona, you want to add something to that?
Maybe just last remark,
Sure.
because, some countries are ready for this discussion. Poland is, right? Finland and Sweden are doing a lot in this area, and they are asking us to come and learn, to teach them on something, right? And learn from our experience. Other countries are not ready because it requires money, right? And you need to spend this money now for some kind of, resilience right now. It requires communication, and some countries are very afraid of this communication, but without communication it will not happen. And also resilience, we thought what it is. Resilience, it's not about one thing or three things or a system of things. It's about adaptability on the process. It will never go as you plan. You need to be capable to adapt and change very fast. It's basically, for me, it's how much the system of the government and governance and local can bend until it breaks. And you need to make sure it doesn't break, right? And for us, a lot of things went with communication and with also digital. So our people knows too well what to do now. It's all in your smartphone. The siren is there. You know where is the next shelter. You know where is the closest resilience point. You know what to do. You know how to find a generator if you need to for a school, or you know what the options are. And then basically you trust the technology to be fast and better in that. And you also have to trust the government that the government will take care of this. And it's about building trust and building adaptability all the way. There is no just one, correct system.
I'm going to have to wrap this up, except I'd like to make a point that this discussion will continue, actually, and the fact that there are certain countries that do appreciate and understand and get it in the EU. One is Finland. You had the Niinisto report by a former president who talked about building this kind of civil protection preparedness, and that report has been used and helped the coalition now of that willing, the Friends of Preparedness, and we're going to have a discussion of the book and the task force of GMF in the European Parliament that is going to be sponsored by an MEP from Finland, Pekka Toveri, who is going to sponsor that event on July 14th. So if you're in Brussels, please do attend. That's going to be a very important event to talk about that and push it further and show. And the book, by the way, we're going to talk more about the book. But a lot of high-level officials have supported that book, including Madame Metsola, the President of the European Parliament. So there is seems to be strong support, at least on the Parliament side, and we're getting messages also from the Commission too. So also very important. Any final thought before we wrap this up from either of you? Where we go from here? What you hope to see coming out of the URC?
Yeah, I don't want it to be grim. I don't want to scare people, and I don't want to talk about the horrible things that you should be prepared for. I think it's not about that. It's actually about how new technologies and how our experience, which is a painful experience, can help everyone, and we want it to benefit everyone. So for the first time, we have a dual use and defense dimension. For the first time, we have infrastructure platform. We are super grateful for our Polish colleagues to allow us to do that. And there will be a lot of specific issues on infrastructure and how you get prepared. And I mean, we are going to show some of the things here tomorrow, which I think will be actually inspirational, not scary.
Very good. Very good.
Fantastic.
Upbeat.
So on the coalition of preparedness, and our thinking in Europe on security and defense has shifted tremendously. On preparedness, it's getting there. The point that is always nice to leave is that, well, actually, you said that you want to be grim, and I'm not grim at all. But it's nice to remember the range of Iskanders that can fly from Kaliningrad, that is not far from here, and it reaches much further than Poland or Finland or even Berlin. We are all in this together. We are together in this with Ukraine. It's fantastic for us as Polish government to host URC. So great to have you with us in Gdańsk, and we arrange the weather to be perfect, maybe on the warm side, but maybe afterwards you can stay and go to the seaside and spend some good money in our beautiful restaurants.
That's right. Sopot
enjoy.
Is great. Sopot is great. I think that there's one other point I want to make. Oh, so sorry, but there's so many from this book, because I read through the book and I saw all those terrible, those wonderful stories and terrible experiences, but that they learned, and they have all these suggestions and recommendations to do. But they also address the argument that, well, wait a minute, isn't this maybe leading to a war? Saying that we're preparing for war. But the argument against that is that it's a deterrent. It's to show the potential enemy that our society is prepared and will not crack as easily as you think. We are resilient. And that is something that I learned as a journalist covering conflicts, is the resilience of the human factor and what we do to survive. And that is the point of this book, one of the points of this book. Thank you very much. We're going to talk in the next one. Thank you very much to Lona, to Michal.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
And coming up next, we're going to talk about the book, and its authors will be with you. So stand by.
Thank you so much. Thank you for a great discussion. Thanks.
Valeria Ivanova, you're going to talk. And Valeria, you... I made a video with lots of interviews that you made in Ukraine, in Kherson. And we have a shot of you putting on a flak jacket and going to talk to different people. And I think it was quite awe-inspiring to watch the work that you did. It was absolutely integral in making this book happen. Valeria, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. Today I would like to present the handbook that we prepared together with Kherson military administration. First of all, I want to thank them, not only for this book, but also for everything they do so that the region can continue to live. I know that it's very hard daily work, very often is taken for granted, but in reality this work is done at the age of human resources. I also wanted to thank for Buffett Foundation, not only because this book became possible thanks to you. I want to thank you for much more, for your consistent, very concrete and very human support for Ukraine in one of the most difficult period of our history. For GMF and for me personally, actually, this book is very important because its main purpose, and I will speak honestly about two main goals of this book. Actually, the first goal is to help our partners protect themselves, to share this experience, to help make their system of preparedness, national resilience, and civil protection much stronger. This can help save lives. And the second goal is to change the narrative that helping Ukraine resist the aggressor is an act of charity. No, it's not a charity. Ukraine is part of security architecture of many countries, including all countries of the European Union. Those who understand what the aggressor's next step would be if Ukraine did not survive know very well what is at stake. So Ukraine received unique knowledge. Unfortunately, we did not choose this experience, but it has already happened, and now it must be used to protect democracies. One of the main challenges is how difficult it is to accept reality as it is. It's easier not to accept it. It's easier to think that this is far away and don't know about, not about you. I do not say this with, arrogance. We ourselves also did not expect that something like this was possible in the modern world. We also plan to live our lives differently. But an aggressor state does not ask whether you wanted to develop democracy, invest in healthcare, or, for example, improve education. For years, it invested in defense, in attack, in weapons, and in preparing its society for aggression. Unfortunately, European countries were also left without this choice. What you have built for years now need to be protected physically, institutionally, and politically. And this is why we prepared this book not as a, historical monography about what happened to the region. This book is about very concrete things. It's about decision and measures that help save lives, support critical infrastructure, adapt civil protection systems, and allow the region to continue living in the condition of new kind of war, technological war, actually a drone war, a daily war. It's about teachers who used to focus on education and the development of children, and now they help children and parents learn how to live, study, and keep psychology resilience under constant threats. It's about doctors who used to deliver babies in normal condition, and now they work in an underground perinatal center, and they know about drones and protection nets almost as well as they know a medicine. The handbook contains concrete recommendations for the European Union and for individual countries on how to increase preparedness for military threats and strengthening the civil protection system. And it includes section of demining, protection critical infrastructure, evacuation, strengthening cooperation between local authority, central body, and armed forces. It's explained how to organize search and rescue operation, adapt internal procedures, integrate warning system, prepare society, and involve business in the preparedness system. This book covers many topics, but it also explains where everything started, what was missing at the beginning, how different systems gradually adapted with decision work in practice, and what helped improve coordination under constant threats. This book is about how Kherson region survived and continued to work during a modern war after occupation, then liberation, and then destruction of electricity, water, gas, water supply, communication, and so on and so forth. It speaks about very practical things and offer ways to translate this experience into concrete action at the national level and the level of European policy. Our ambition goal is that this book will be on the table of as many people and stakeholders as possible who are responsible for security, civil protection, and resilience. But we also have a more ambitious goal. It's actually we want to significantly expand this work, and we want to collect, analyze, and turn into practical recommendations the experience of everyone who was involved in Ukraine resilience during the war. So this is why we decided to institutionalize this experience and create a permanent platform, a task force. Its task will be to constantly collect Ukrainian experience, adapt it to the needs of European countries, and help the European Union and its member states build a strong system of civil protection and resilience. For us, it's also a response to the support that Ukraine has received during all these years. It's important for us. And today, Europe is already rethinking its preparedness system. A new European Union preparedness strategy is being adopted. The Union civil protection mechanism is being reviewed. New initiative and coalition of continue are being created. So we are already speaking with the stakeholders about how the Ukrainians' experience can be useful for European system. That is why I want to invite everyone here to cooperate with us. I'm confident that this project can improve transatlantic and inter-country cooperation. It can make an important contribution to new security architecture for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the wide world. So that the experience, knowledge, and solution that Ukraine gained at such a high price will work to the resilience of democracies, for the protection of people, and for preserving the lives that we all want to develop. And the lives that, through our preparedness and our actions, we deserve. Thank you for your attention and for listening. And actually, thank you. And actually, next we will show a video about Kherson region, about the people, and the experience that becomes the basis of this work. And then I give the floor for Josh. Thank you.
When Ukrainian troops liberated Kherson, the city was barely functioning. Fleeing Russians had sabotaged civilian infrastructure, leaving the entire region in the dark.
Наші війська війшли в Херсон 11 листопада, це було реально, це було свято в місті. Да. Але коли росіяни виходили, то вже було повністю розрушено всі комунікації, електропостачання, водопостачання, теплопостачання, нічого не було.
All this was accomplished amid constant Russian shelling and human safari drone strikes that target civilians on the streets, which continues daily. And yet, within days, something began to change. Trains started running again, communications came back online, water began to flow, schools and hospitals went underground. Within weeks, electricity returned to most homes, not because the attacks stopped, but because the system adapted.
І тут крок за кроком ми все відновлюємо за допомогою держави, за допомогою міжнародних партнерів і головне за допомогою наших фахівців, які могли це зробити. Вони підривались на мінах, багато енергетиків загинуло, ми робили деякі помилки. Але зараз, пройшовши цей шлях, ми бачимо, що коли ми відновлюємо, ми відразу захищаємо.
Unbreakable Kherson tells this story, a handbook of vivid accounts and recommendations on how a region functions under sustained attack, co-authored by the German Marshall Fund and the Kherson administration, coupled with a task force for the European Union to prepare for the unthinkable. Civil protection in the EU is mainly designed for crises like wildfires, floods, and earthquakes. Kherson shows how to prepare for persistent wartime civil protection. Who tells the story in Unbreakable Kherson? Doctors, farmers, teachers, and officials braving the constant threat of Russian attack. Europe still has time to prepare. The question is whether it will.
All right. Well, thank you all for witnessing that. Thank you, Chris, for producing that video. Thank you, Valeria, for introducing the book. I'm Josh Rudolph. I lead GMF's Strategic Democracy Initiatives, the team that spent the past year co-authoring this book, Unbreakable Kherson. My job for the next 40 minutes is the easiest one all day because I get to ask two people who lived this experience to talk about it. So sitting on the far side here, Governor Alexander Prokudin leads the Kherson Regional Military Administration, governing the one region in Ukraine where the regional capital was taken by Russia and then liberated, but a place that is still shelled from across the Dnieper River every single day, and where civilians are targeted by drones on a daily basis. Governor Prokudin himself has survived 7 assassination attempts by Russian security services. His very being here is an act of resilience and resistance. The book was his idea, which he brought to his good friend Howard G. Buffett, sitting next to me here. Howard has made 27 trips to Ukraine since the full-scale invasion began. So he has walked through more of this war than any American. And I say more of the war because they don't just go to Kyiv. They don't spend very little time there. I was just hearing about the most recent trip. They do the circuit around the frontline regions from Kharkiv through Donbass, of course, to Kherson. And so, when the governor came with this idea, Howard, could have offered just financial support, but also gave his time, his contacts to GMF, the words in the foreword to the book, all of these pieces to a project that usually as a think tanker we have to go and hunt for ourselves, but it just came to us thanks to the real thoughtful conceptualization, which we appreciate. Now, one more word on why we are here. As I write in my preface in the book, my colleagues and I, we did not write this book to praise anyone for surviving something that no one should ever have to survive. We wrote this so that the next country in Russia's path, be that in the Baltics or Poland or Romania or wherever, can prepare its civil defenses before the missiles start falling. So its institutions can become unbreakable so that its people don't have to. So, Governor, let's start with you. As I said, Kherson, the only regional capital that Russia had captured and that was then liberated, and more than just surviving that ordeal, you initiated and led this project to give these lessons to Ukraine's friends and allies in Europe as a gesture of thanks and goodwill. That's why the introduction is called "From Ukraine with Love." So please tell us how it all started. Where did the idea come from that Kherson's hardest lessons are something worth offering the world?
No, after one of my visits to Europe, I noticed that our partners kept asking the same questions. How did Kherson region keep functioning in gray zone, as many would say, with Russians only 5 kilometers away? About 820,000 shells fired at the region, and daily life under threat, but with electricity comparing to Kyiv, which lived without power for so long. I was time when I understood that our experience isn't only important for us. It can help others too. I gathered all the heads of our departments and asked one simple question. What can Kherson offer our partners that no one else can? Not investment, not grain, how in the past. What we have is something unique, experience. Kherson is the only regional capital in Ukraine that was occupied, then liberated, and is still so close to the enemy with daily shelling. We understood that the old guidelines that we used before don't work. War has changed. We had to find new solutions and adapt. We gained this experience through mistakes, pain, and loss. This shouldn't stay inside our offices. We want to share it with Europe so others don't have to learn it the way we did.
So others don't have to learn the way that you did. That's very a generous perspective. And speaking of generosity, the acknowledgement section of the book opens up by saying this book would not exist if not for the Howard G. Buffett Foundation. And we really meant that, given the holistic support. I've been meaning to ask you for a year, Howard, how kind of that started in your mind. We were just talking, and you were saying, well, this is not a project you say no to. And I could sense some moral conviction and eagerness to help on the front lines. Tell us about.
Well, actually, it's more, I can't say no to the governor.
Okay, I
so,
see.
He and I are good friends.
Right.
Well, I've been in Kherson a number of times, and we've been to food distributions, we've been in basements, we were together on Sunday in the basement with 70 kids that were, dancing and having a good time and painting. And so it's pretty amazing to see life go on under shelling, because as we're there, you can still hear the outgoing and the incoming shelling. So, you know, for me, when the governor asked, I believe we were on the train, and he asked me, he told me, he said he wants to do this book. And I you know, my first thought is, well, you know, everybody does a book. Like, what does it mean? And so we had follow-up discussions, and I realized that this is an opportunity for not just the governor and his team, but for Ukraine to be able to provide the opportunity to understand how to be prepared before you need to be prepared. And that's the key, is that this provides the information, it provides solutions, it provides ideas that all of Europe can benefit from. And I will tell you that it is amazing to have the experience personally to be with people in the basement in Kherson and to be with the governor as we move around, and to just see how many people are not going to quit. You know, you don't fail until you quit, and Kherson's not going to fail.
Right. Well, let's go beyond Kherson and some other places that are not going to want to fail, but they maybe are not prepared to succeed either yet, and to make this, you know, perhaps uncomfortably close to some of the Europeans in this world, in this room. Let's talk about why Europe should be learning this right now. Because the past decade, we've come to these URCs, we talk about what Ukraine needs from Europe, and more, just in recent months, on the lips of more and more European leaders, the question of what does Europe need to learn from Ukraine, just for the sake of its own security. It's not abstract. The past month alone, Putin signs a law authorizing military force abroad to protect Russia, same pretext as 2014. Or you know, Russia warns Latvia that it knows the coordinates of decision-making centers. Russian drones send the leaders of Lithuania down into a bunker and actually attack and drop bombs on a Romanian apartment. I mean, the list goes on. So Governor, these are the types of activities and threats that you are no stranger to. You have heard these types of threats aimed at Ukraine leading up to the full-scale invasion. Did Ukraine refuse to believe that this could fully happen to them? And what do you want countries, you know, hearing these threats now to do differently?
I have heard these words before. We all have, but we didn't always believe them. Aleppo was felt far away. Srebrenica was seen as an exception. After 2014, the war in Donbass was called a regional operation. We told ourselves that real war couldn't reach us. Then one morning we woke up to bombing and that illusion was gone. Today Russia is already testing European defense system and looking for weak points. This isn't theory. It is happening now. Today, drones are already reaching Poland. The warning signs are here. They are learning how European systems work, how society reacts, and where the limits are. So, when Russia names the decision-making centers of Latvia, sends drones over Vilnius, or strikes a home in Romania, this isn't random. It is a part of the same testing. 2 years ago in Lithuania, Great Britain and Italy, I warned about this. At that time, people look at me like a madman on a street holding a sign saying the world will end. Now these words sound more convincing. We can already see fortification being built near the borders with Russia, but it must be done much earlier. We made mistakes by ignoring clear warnings. Don't repeat it. Delay cost lives, territory, and freedom. Europe still has time. Use it. Read this book and start preparing your people and system now. In Kherson, we learn these lessons the hard way. We want to help you learn them in easier way.
Learn it the easier way. As I heard you say earlier, learn it and take on the lessons in parliamentary sessions, not in bunkers. Right? I appreciated that. Howard, I mean, what should Europe learn and do, and why now? I mean, you've spent so much time seeing societies around the world that waited too long, didn't take it seriously enough. You know, you've said that the countries that are in danger the most are the ones that are convinced that catastrophe cannot reach them, and Europe has indeed lived without war on its soil, you know, within the European Union for generations. So why should they, you know, be convinced that what has happened in Kherson could happen to them?
Well, Russia's already at war with Europe. There's no question about it. It's just they haven't disrupted enough to affect enough people. One thing I've learned through everything we've done is people don't care about much until it affects them. So they just haven't been affected enough. But it's clearly happening. And whether it's sabotage or assassinations or testing the air defense systems to see, you know, Poland cannot fight $20,000 and $50,000 drones with $3 and $4 million missiles. So, you know, if they don't learn the lessons that Ukraine can teach them, and some of those are beyond this book, but it doesn't matter because they're all lessons that they need to learn, they will find themselves in a situation where they're much worse off than if they were embracing what Ukraine can provide. And so, you know, I don't mean to offend anyone in the room, but I'm usually good at that. Ask Heidi. You know, a lot of Europe has this attitude that Ukraine needs them. And of course Ukraine needs them, but Europe needs Ukraine. And they have to figure that out. And so it's a situation where all you have to do is look at history, and people talk about history all the time, but it's true. It's true. History will give you indications of what to expect. They can help you understand the consequences of not acting when you should act. We have ignored so many signs, or we've chosen not to pay attention to them. And I just want to say this because I heard someone say, you know, at the moment Ukraine is winning. Ukraine's been winning since 2022. They've been winning because they lasted more than 3 or 4 days. They're winning because they fought and held Donbass, or much of Donbass, for 8 years before the full-scale invasion. They've pushed the Russian fleet out of the Black Sea. They have doubled the amount of Russians they kill per square kilometer. They are causing gasoline shortages in Russia. Ukraine is winning the war at many levels. If you want to just simply judge it on the fact of how much occupied territory is, of course you can say they're losing. But that's not the story.
But even that is now going in the other direction.
It is now going the other direction. And, you know, it's difficult because we made one of the biggest strategic and tactical errors ever in the war in the fall of 2022. Ukraine took back 50% of the territory that Russia took. They could have taken back, I don't know if they would have taken it all. They could have taken a significantly more amount. But the Allies just completely failed to provide what Ukraine needed to do it. And that sends a bigger message, in my opinion, which is, why are we not with Ukraine fighting on their territory when, if things don't go right, we're going to be fighting on our territory?
Yeah. And we're going to be the ones having to get our lights and power and rebuild everything. So thank you both. You know, we have two folks here who can answer questions that you would not otherwise have an opportunity. You won't find anywhere else. So yes, let's maybe group a couple together. There is somebody with a mic. Go ahead and raise your hand. Introduce yourself, and please keep it to the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Miroslava Gungadze. I represent many organizations, but my question is to Mr. Buffett. The war in Ukraine is going on for 5 years, and in the West, in US, in Europe, there are a lot of a little bit resentment, a little bit tiredness of what is going on, and how do we pay attention to what is going on in Ukraine? And it's basically dropping from the news as well, right? You are the one of those who committed your attention to Ukraine and committed your money to Ukraine for a long period of time. So my question is a little bit personal. What actually drove you to that? Why did you make that decision? And when did you make that decision? And what keeps you going to actually doing it? And how is possible to actually spread that knowledge and that experience and that wisdom to others? Thank you.
Well, I would say on a personal level, I always try to quote General McChrystal, but I never remember the quote correctly. But, he said once or twice in your life, you will be tested. You'll have something that tests you, whether you have the strength and the commitment and the compassion to respond. I don't actually think that everybody gets that opportunity in their life. I think some people do. To me, Ukraine personally was that opportunity. And if we had not responded the way we did, and we're not doing what we've been doing and will continue to do, it would be a huge regret on my part. So I feel that from a personal standpoint, I saw Ukraine as something monumental in a way that I had never experienced in my life, primarily because I looked at it, this may sound dramatic to some people, I looked at it and I've not abandoned the consideration of this, that this is World War III. I mean, if we're going to have World War III, we're watching how it can very easily not just start but continue. So that's from a personal standpoint. From when I decided that we were going to try to go in and do what we could do in Ukraine, I got our staff on the phone, and we have a very small staff for the amount of money we give away, very small, and I could hear it on the phone when I said, you have someone who's responsible for Colombia and El Salvador and Rwanda and DRC and, these places we work. And I could hear the air just kind of come out of it was like, we're going to do what? How do we do that? And I said, no, we're going to go into Ukraine. We're going to go in as big as we can. We're going to learn it as fast as we can. And there was hesitation in the beginning because they literally didn't know how they were going to do it. Our staff has stood up so strong, and they now care probably more, well, I won't say probably, they care more about Ukraine than they care about anything else you're doing. And the commitment has been incredible for me from that. You can't do it without a team, and we have it. And so the one thing that has always bothered me is, people say, well, you're doing this, and, are you going to continue to do it? And I can't quite get the words out of my mouth anymore that we're going to stand with Ukraine as long as they need us, because I heard Joe Biden say, I'm not picking on Joe Biden, I don't care about politics, but I heard that come out of his mouth and other people's mouths too many times. The narrative should have been, we're going to help you defeat Russia. And so for me, I don't know how to answer it exactly, except we will be there.
See, on the end there, yes.
Hi, my name's Eileen. I also happen to be one of the co-authors for Unbreakable.
Yeah, you have an inside scoop here.
Yeah, exactly. So Russian forces have targeted the governor personally in 4 assassination attempts, each one of which was averted, sometimes even in the last moments when drones were still in the sky. And the fact that you, Governor, are sitting here today is itself an act of resilience. And again, as with the video, this is not random or accidental. It's what Russia believes it takes to win. So my question to you, Governor, is what are the Russians trying to destroy when they target the people who run a region? And why did you choose to stay?
No, Russia understands something that Europe has not. In this war, governance is target. They don't only strike soldier and power station, they strike the people who keep a region alive. If the government falls, the people leave. Then the land is theirs without a fight. You ask why we didn't leave? The answer is simple. I am doing my duty. This isn't only my story. I survived 4 attacks only when I was going by my car. 3 times my apartment was hit when I was there. More than 10 times attacks hit the administrative building when I was walking. But the point isn't me. The point is that governance itself became a target. Today, my assistant Maria is here with me, but look at her, a tiny girl, Maria, whose car was hit by artillery several times. She had to jump out of the car and had to survive. Just this Monday, my deputy Alexander was attacked by a drone while driving to work. He is here today with acute trauma. Do you remember, Howard, when we came under tank fire and had to crawl out of the strike zone to get to safety? In Kherson, this isn't unusual. We face this every day. People often joke that we have already surviving everything. Million of attacks, Kakhovka Dam explosions, fire, and that only nuclear strike is left. But in reality, this is our daily life under constant pressure. If we live and work from elsewhere, Kherson stopped functioning in practice. Without infrastructure, institution, and people on the ground, no region can survive. A front line isn't held only by soldiers. It is held by electricity, water, communication, hospitals, schools, and local government that keeps working under fire. This is what Russia tries to destroy when it targets public institutions and leaders. Not just individuals, but the ability of society to stay organized and live under attack.
Governor, you're kind of a dangerous friend to have.
Yes, please, on the right here.
Yes, hi, my name is Zarina Zabrisky, and I'm a war correspondent, and I live in Kherson, and I both witness Mr. Prokudin braving the roads on a daily basis, just as many other people present here, and thank you for that. I also want to thank Howard for what he does. I've been personally filming your crews rescuing children, families. I'll never forget their faces. As everything is going on, I have 2 questions. And one is, we are usually not learning from history. What we're doing here is quite unusual. We're trying to learn from it. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Gemma, for that. And Mr. Prokudin, if you could go back in time to the times before the war, as you have mentioned, you could never imagine it just like anybody else couldn't. What would be one single thing that you would change? And my other question is probably to you, and also maybe Howard, to you. The war is ongoing, and it's ongoing too in the occupied parts of the Kherson region. And right now there is a situation in the occupied territories, including Aleshki, Holopristin, and other areas where people are starving to death under drone siege by the Russian forces. They're being held as human shield there. And the world is generally unaware of that. How do we learn from the Kherson occupation experience and help these people there as a global community? And how does Europe prepares for possible occupation, horrible as it sounds? Thank you.
All right. So Kherson, one thing differently, the 2001 question, if you can go back a year before the full-scale invasion and
One
do,
thing,
or a couple things.
I wouldn't change just one thing,
Sure.
because preparedness is never one thing. Everything is based on three main principles: prepare, to train, and to provide. To prepare means to be ready for any situation, even the worst. It is about building shelters, protecting key infrastructure, and having backup power. To train means not only preparing rescuers and soldiers, but also teaching civilians how to evacuate, what to do during attacks, and how to give first aid. To provide means having supplies, fuel, equipment, medicine, to food. Real readiness isn't just plans on paper. It's when everything is ready before danger comes, clear actions, trained people, working, logistic, and enough resources. In Kherson region, we learned to act early, build shelters before shelling, make reservists before blackouts, and train staff before crisis happened. And the most important thing is people. Their knowledge and calm action save lives. Our team have worked in real war conditions for almost 4 years, and we are ready to share what they have learned. That is why we mustn't wait. We must prepare now for Europe. Gather resources, train teams, and be ready to act quickly. This is how Kherson region survived the occupation, after the occupation, through planning, people's strengths, and fast action.
And I would answer your second part of the question by saying that obviously war is not static. If you had driven down any road anywhere in the East in 2023, no one was imagining that those roads would be covered with nets in 2025 and 2026. So there'll be a second edition probably to this book, unfortunately, because the governor and his team and others will learn more. They'll have more suggestions. They'll have more ideas. And so I just think that the real message is that this can happen to anybody on this continent. And you have the privilege of other people who have had the courage and taken the risk to be able to put together the lessons that you need to know. And it is so easy to sit back and not worry about the war because it's not affecting you. And this book is not, it is not about theory, it's about testimony. That is the difference. And Europe, I'm not lecturing Europe, I'm just saying remember history, learn from history, watch history, and learn from this book, because many people have put their lives on the line to provide this for you.
That's right. It's not a theoretical book. It's not a think tank theory of war. It's actually lessons from the people who are still fighting this war, still protecting people from it, telling us what's working and what's not. More questions. We have another 6 minutes. Please go ahead. Raise your hand and we'll call on you. otherwise I'll go ahead and ask more because I will take advantage of the opportunity. I mean, Howard, what? I mean, you have documented, have photographed Rwanda, Bosnia, now Ukraine, and each time the world says never again, and then I mean, in some way again happens in different ways, and so you keep making the record so that maybe next time is not as bad, or we learn and we prepare better. So what have you learned about what it takes for that kind of documentation to actually move people to act?
Well, a lot of people have asked that question to a lot of other people because it is an important question. You know, you don't hear this mentioned often enough, but Putin is clearly trying to use the definition of genocide and put it into action. He's trying to destroy a country. He's trying to destroy a people. He's trying to destroy the culture, the history, the language. It is a textbook description of genocide. You don't hear people describe it that way. And it should be described that way, and it should be discussed that way more often, because it is just amazing to me that we can go through the experiences that we have as different countries and different generations and still not recognize this for what it is and for what it means. Because if you look at what Putin is capable of, last week when I was talking to a commander in Zaporizhia, he's telling us about how they're dumping ammonia on his troops in the trenches. Putin has no rules. He doesn't care about life. He doesn't care what he does to anybody. The idea that you have someone like that has the resources that he has on the European continent should scare the hell out of you. And he's already proven to you what he'll do. And I believe that, he has been preparing for this for a long time. He has worked his way, you look at the very beginnings of what he did with Chechnya when he first became the president. That's an indication. You look at what he did in Georgia, that's an indication. You look at what he did in Syria, that's an indication. He was waiting for the time to do this, and we gave him the time. The United States gave him the time, in my opinion, when we withdrew from Afghanistan. The way we did it, how poorly we did it, and the message that it sent. And he misread that. He misread that because the Biden administration did not acquiesce, thank goodness. But it is a time where it is so evident and so clear what kind of person you're dealing with and what he's willing to do that it's amazing to me that this is not described and talked about differently.
Thank you. All right, another question here. Two more.
Thanks. Orisa Lutseva, Chatham House. Great to hear your insights. And my question go to Governor. We're running an annual survey on recovery. And actually what we see at the national level, a lot of people complain that there's no political will to actually engage non-state organizations, volunteers, non-profit sector, foundations. From your experience, can you describe a little bit? How do you engage others in what you do in the response? Because we believe that at the local level, it's so close to the skin that basically you have to do it, but maybe how actually you do it and why is it important, why it matters. Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean what the teams did in under your leadership in the first months after liberation, it was a remarkable story. The book is not a dry technical report like you'd find in a World Bank or a think tank. Every page it's got policy recommendations, and there are for every page of policy recommendations, there's 3 pages of stories about what you all have done. So tell us about I mean, why don't you recount what Kherson actually did in that first month after liberation when retreating Russian forces had systematically sabotaged the infrastructure upon their fleeing? What do you do on the ground?
I think the easiest way to understand it is to close eyes and imagine that you have nothing. No electricity, no water, no heating. Everything is destroyed or mined. a barren land. When Russia's forces retreated, they destroyed roads and bridges, minefields, and damaged or stole equipment. In many places, we had to start almost from zero. And this isn't one story. There are thousands. Take electricity. When engineers tried to repair the system, they were often targeted by artillery. Then came rockets. These weren't normal working conditions. Every repair needed coordination between the administration, the military, energy workers, emergency services, volunteers, and demining teams. Many electricians was died. In the first month after liberation, we restored power to about 90% of homes. Our engineers work in body armor and helmets, often at night because of high risk during the day. We worked as one system. The same was true for water and gas. Success was in working together and taking fast decision. That is how Kherson survived the first months.
And last word from Howard. If the people in this room were to do one thing differently after hearing this conversation, reading this book, what should it be?
Do you have a difficult question? Well, advocate for Ukraine. I mean, do every single thing you can do in every way you can do it to make people pay attention to it. There's, there is no room for neutrality. Okay, in this war, you are either standing strong for democracy and freedom and sovereignty, which means you're standing with Ukraine, or you're hiding somewhere. There's no neutrality. I mean, so it doesn't matter whether it's a conversation with your city council or it's gathering volunteers in your community that want to do something across the ocean. It just doesn't matter what it is. But the one thing that Americans have that can count, I hope, is a vote. And so when I talk to people in the United States, vote for the person that understands and pays attention and cares about what happens to our country by voting for the person that cares about what happens to Ukraine.
May I?
And the governor gets the final word. When you imagine this book doing its job somewhere in Europe some years from now, what does that look like to you, Governor?
I imagine a city I will never visit and a mayor I will never meet. And one day war reaches them as it reaches us, but this time they aren't starting from zero. They have read this book and learned from our mistakes. They restore water faster than we did. They move hospitals underground before the first strike, not after. They lost fewer people. I will never know their names, but this is why we wrote it. To turn our pain into lessons that save lives. I want this book to stay alive, not finished. It shouldn't be an update with new experience from Ukraine and from other countries, because war isn't static. It changes and adapts. There are many conflicts in the world today, and each brings new lessons. This knowledge should be added and shared so the book stays relevant. The goal isn't to keep one version of truth. The goal is to make sure knowledge saves lives wherever the next crisis happens. We want our pain to have meaning. We want our lesson to save lives. And we not only give on this war losses, pain, and blood and sweat. We give the best friends, like Howard Buffett. It is the most important man for Kherson region.
Right. Well,
Let me say this. What the governor just said, people in this room who can show up in Ukraine, show up. That means more than anything else you can do.
Show up in Ukraine, and then show up in your own governments taking action in Brussels. And to the governor's point about the book being the beginning of a process of Europe taking these lessons on board, that's the perfect transition to where our conversation is going to go now. You know, each of the 32 chapters, it ends with recommendations aimed at specific European institutions, and so this conversation is now going to shift from Unbreakable Kherson to Unbreakable Europe. How to make it so. And so to do that, I will hand it over to my brilliant colleague, Senior Fellow Elena Prokopenko, who leads Ukraine programming for GMF in Brussels. Please join me in thanking Howard and the governor and welcoming the next panel.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are on to continue with our part 2, Unbreakable Europe. And I'm Elena Prokopenko, Senior Fellow and Head of Ukraine Programs in Brussels at the German Marshall Fund. We've just heard an impressive account of how civilian governance operates under constant attack and under modern warfare. Now let's turn to what this means in practical terms for Europe and for its own preparedness. How can Ukraine's hard-won lessons systemized in the Unbreakable Kherson book translate into EU and member states legislation? How can these policy recommendations be best integrated into the EU defense preparedness architecture? This discussion, of course, comes at a very critical moment. The EU is moving towards its next enlargement phase, and the EU seems to be increasingly more aware and conscious of the need to not only let Ukraine access EU institutions and policies before it becomes a full member, but also to let member states access Ukraine's experience. And this is there's a growing consensus that I'm observing in Brussels that Ukraine is, for all the tragic reasons, but it's uniquely positioned to be the primary source of expertise for Europe and for member states in the preparedness and civil protection sphere, including now when it's not a member of the EU yet. So this conversation will focus on exploring the capacity of the EU, of the member states, to absorb Ukraine's expertise, and we will also discuss the channels that would make this transfer uninterrupted and consistent. And I'm very pleased to be joined on the stage by two distinguished panelists, Antje Agredier, head of the chair of Working Group on Ukraine at the European Committee of the Regions, and Jeppe Kofod, chairman of the Supervisory Board of Ukrenergo and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Antje, let me turn to you first. Some of the most effective EU-Ukraine partnerships are already taking place on the regional and local levels in the field of civil protection. Why do you think now would be the right time for the European cities and regions to learn from Ukrainian counterparts? What role can the European Committee of the Regions and the working group that you're chairing play in this process? Also, this morning you chaired the political meeting of the European Alliance of Cities and Regions for the reconstruction of Ukraine, which GMF is also a partner of. What messages stayed with you most from that discussion when it comes to community resilience in Ukraine?
Thank you so much for the questions, and thank you so much for the invitation. Just to put it on a very small point, it is not a one-way street. What we are experiencing at the moment is very much support for Ukraine, of course. But on the other hand, it's very much using their experience for our own benefit. You know, just to learn what happened in Ukraine and to see how we are not prepared for anything like that. Not at all. Nobody is. I mean, maybe some of you heard about the Berlin situation after Christmas. There was like a power outage in a part of the city which could be restored for days, and nobody was able to work like on that. And so we have to find out how is our electricity working? How do we do things like that? How can we make sure that we can work with all the situations we have in some sorts of, and it doesn't have to be a war, naturally. It can also be a power outage. It can also be some climate climate change related flooding, something like that. But we have to find out. And what we can learn from Ukraine, and especially from the local and regional authorities, is how they handle it, how they prepare on a very local basis to get along with that, and how they make decisions on that. You know, I am the president of a parliament, a state parliament in Germany, and I was like 5 years ago, I said, okay, we need to prepare just in case. So let's talk about a generator. I mean, and until now, the generator is still not working. You know, let's think about any situation happening, so the town hall and the parliament would be without electricity. I mean, that's unimaginable. And always when I come home from Ukraine, I tell my people, you can see how that works in Ukraine. And you should be sure that the moment Ukraine enters the European Union, you better get a thick coat on, because they will show you how it's done. And I think that's very important, that we can see how they do it, like on energy, how they do it on schooling, even during difficult times, how they work with electricity, how they work with healthcare, and in situations like that, where you do not have an infrastructure which is always working and you can always complain of, but you have to take action, and this works perfectly. And I think we have as a European Union and as our local and regional communities, we have to learn how to do that on the same level.
What do you think are the weakest links at the moment in the European preparedness, and can Ukraine address at least some of them or all of them?
Well, from my perspective, the weakest link was, until the war in Ukraine, that nobody believed this could happen again. I mean, we had some militaries talking about that, but everybody was sure there's no possibility of a war in Europe again. And people didn't want to prepare for that. I mean, I can get that from our history, that people want peace and so on. But they have to take action, and we have to make sure that you need the people on the ground. You need the mayors. You need the minister presidents from our regions to work on that, like with all the politicians, because they are the ones who are in charge. People are not complaining to the national government if there is no energy, if there is no heating. People complain at the local level, and of course they expect their mayors to deal with that and to change that. And we have to prepare our local and regional authorities, because they know how it has to be done.
How do you think civil society can help with that? Is there a role that they could play in supporting local governments?
Yes, of course. Civil society has a most crucial role on that, because they can help us just to support things. They can help to discuss things. We have to work on that with civil society. We are always talking about situations like crisis. How do we do things then? Is there like political responsibility in that times, or do we never talk about that? How do we organize our meetings? How do we get people responsible for how do we get people taking responsibility for that? And how can we involve our civil society, because people know already what to do? In Germany has a big, huge like first aid situation, like organizations going on who are really engaged in crises all over the world, but they have to prepare for crisis. Not like earthquakes somewhere in the Mediterranean or wildfires in the Mediterranean, but also prepare for crises happening in Germany.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Antia, for amplifying Ukrainian voices in Europe, and for making this exchange more consistent, and to finally move from ad hoc cooperation to more integrated partnership. Jeppe, let me turn it to you now. Ukrenergo has, as we all know, been doing impressive work when it comes to protecting energy infrastructure, critical energy infrastructure. How should Europe, particularly energy producers in Europe and infrastructure operators, learn from from this experience? What can they do with their capacity, with their bottlenecks at the moment to integrate that experience? I also wanted to ask you about the Denmark's preparedness policy. Recently, Denmark adopted its total preparedness strategy. Denmark is also part of the ministerial level preparedness coalition that we just discussed in previous panels. How can we get the rest of Europe do the same? I mean, how can we mobilize Europe to be more proactive there?
Well, thank you so much. Two very, very good questions. But let me also start by thanking GMF and also Kherson administration for this, I would say, remarkable discussion we have today and the book that they just released. This is so important, and I feel very humble being here because, you know, if we listen and understand what Ukrainians have done for many years, also prior to 2022, I think also the mental preparedness and the resilience in society is so strong that we, of course, have to talk about all the technical and more like policy and government aspects, but I think the mentality is there as well. And just one, and then I will answer your question. You know, I remember I was foreign minister when the full invasion happened in February 22, and I had Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of Ukraine, in Copenhagen in January, and I was asking him what happens if Russia invades, because that was very obvious that they could. What will happen in your cities and so on? And then he just looked at me and said, "You remember Grozny? You remember what happened there? We will fight back in every city. You know, they will get the hardest time they can ever imagine, Russia, if they invade us." And that was exactly what happened. You know, the resilience also about the mentality to understand what's at stake and fight back. Okay, so back to the current role, because I'm a humble chair of the supervisory board of Ukrainian. And you know, you would think, you know, normally when you are one of the 5 biggest TSOs, transmission system operator for electricity in Europe, your job is to transport electricity from the producer to the consumer. But now the job for Conegro has been to, you know, to protect the system against an invasion, war, and targeted attacks for almost 4 years now. If you It started very much. It started intensified in the fall of 2022, where Putin saw he couldn't win on the battlefield. He wants to close down the country by closing down the energy sector, the utilities, and so on. It's remarkable how what the Kherson region has done, but also what Ukrainian, energy workers has done. And today we operate 16,500 high voltage grids in the country and 92 substations. Most of them are protected by secondary level, like concrete protection against drones and so on. And it's been remarkable. Even Ukrainian, we lost around assets for half of our assets has been hit or even taken in the occupied territories by Russia. And we lost a value about, I think, 2 billion euro. But still, we are operating electricity system where, you know, the Ukrainians are bringing power to people and you know, keeping the lights on no matter what. So what can we learn, you ask, in Europe? I think we can learn that we have to, as also been said by the governor, we have to prepare on all levels. We have to prepare, of course, as system. We have to protect our utility system, energy, water, heating, and so on. And Ukrainians can tell us how to do that. We have to also have redundancy. We have to have integration. To me, it's so strange in Europe that we are still debating how we build a true energy union, for example, with interconnectors between our countries that is sufficient enough to provide emergency power when needed. I mean, in the case of Ukraine, we have around 2.5, 2.8 gigawatt import capacity. It's not enough, but think about it. If one European country is hit, we need to have ability also to bring power from the neighboring country. Then also decentralization of generation, of course, is a very good thing. I mean, the problem in Ukraine is, you know, they have, you know, huge centralized generation, heat and power plants, And these are easy target for Russians, unfortunately. We saw that this winter in particular. So we should also decentralize our generation, and we should, of course, protect our grid. And then finally, I want to say one more thing. What I saw in Ukraine is also governance. You saw the governor and his administration. It's admirable what they are doing. But I also think part of the resilience is good economic and corporate governance. Because that's what attracts investments, that's what attracts trust, both in the citizens in the country, but also when things have to be financed. And this is also a fight that we have to learn from in Europe.
Thank you very
and
much.
I didn't answer this about Denmark because I think, frankly speaking, and we heard it earlier, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Poland, the country we're in now, is much more prepared mentally. They have better total preparedness than Denmark has, unfortunately. Danish people, and I'm happy for that, they're a huge supporter on military aid to Ukraine, also in absolute terms bigger than France, for example. But our own preparedness is not good enough yet. I grew up in an island 250 kilometers from here, Gdansk, in the Baltic Sea, which an island where the Red Army was staying until 46. And I remember, and my generation of people living in that island remember what resilience is, and how we have to fight for our freedom. But most of Europe, I'm sorry to say, Western Europe still have to learn a lot from history.
Thank you, Jeppe. Let me ask you then about the preparedness coalition that Denmark is part of. It still includes the minority of European member states, and it doesn't include candidate countries, it doesn't include Ukraine, and we are now working to make it happen and to include Ukraine there. What can we do all together to incentivize other European countries to join the coalition? How should we dismantle the myth of safety that some of these member states believe they're still in? As Michal Baranovsky said earlier today on the panel, that we are not at war, but we are not at peace either. How can this message be conveyed in effective ways and fast? Because there doesn't seem to be much time to prepare.
Oh yeah, I think on the EU level, first of all, we should establish a really ongoing learning mechanism between European Union and Ukraine. I think that is important. Talking specifically about the energy sector, which I know the best, we also see a lack of critical spare parts in stock. I mean, auto transformers, grid equipment, and so on. We should have that. I have to tell you, we don't have it in European countries. And even in Ukraine, after this tough winter, we are still shortage of some of these critical equipment. We should, I think, as I said, have this integration, because when you are an energy company, for example, you have to learn other skills, how to protect your substations, how to detect drones coming, how to work together with the military forces and the rest of society. So there's a lot of learning you have to play out before the crisis is there. So drills, training, war games is needed, not just for one country at a time, but for Europe together, also cross region, cross national borders.
Yeah, we should all start to prepare early before it's too late. Before I give the floor to our audience and open the floor for the Q&A, I have a quick question for both of you. Quick, but not an easy one. It's about how we often refer to European lessons learned for Ukraine, but in fact, member states have very diverse security and political realities. And the question is, how can we make sure that the lessons that Ukraine can share can be transferred in ways that would still be adaptable and relevant to member states, despite how varying their interests and needs are? How can we make those lessons adaptable? How can we make them flexible, if you will?
Well, from my perspective, which is the regional and local one, it's very easy. Involve the region and local communities. You have to see, like what we try to do is to gather one-on-one partnerships and to concretely learn on the ground what is needed, what has to be done. And that, of course, spreads discussions about the whole region. So why have they done this? Why have they done this? How can we handle this? What do we need for that? And so on. So this is a discussion which does not only work from national level, like top down, but it also works bottom up, because people learn from their partners in Ukraine what has to be done and what is exactly happening. I was, for example, in Odessa like the last weekend, because I visited our sister region, and we had very concrete projects with them, and we saw the impact like our things make in Odessa region, and where we do things which help like Ukrainian children, which help infrastructure and so on. But we also see what they say, what they have a lack of, and what they need for that. And that is why we addressed like to our region, and which we take to the national level and say, okay, if we want to prepare, you have to prepare decentralized energy. You have to prepare decentralized infrastructure. You have to make sure that if like some energy system is hit, there's still another one. Like you said, the redundancy is very important. And if you look into Germany, and you can see all the discussion about renewable energy, and you always have to prepare for the situation when that doesn't work, not because the renewables does not work, but because you do not get the electricity to those other cities or states where you want to have it. So we have to make sure that this works. And from my perspective, this what the Ukrainians can share is very concrete, is very on the ground, is very what is needed in everyday's life, and this is what we have to adapt to. And for that part, we are trying to advocate in every situation we have, and every talk we have, and every discussion we have, and every meeting we have with the national level.
Thank you for bringing up decentralization several times during today's discussion, because this is the #1 reform still after the Maidan Revolution of Dignity that has proven to be absolutely central to all the other reforms. And with the full-scale invasion, of course, we can see that none of this work would have been possible or effective without the power that the communities have at the moment, and how they can practice self-reliance really that is needed. Jeppe, do you have a comment on that, about the adaptability of the recommendations and how to make them relevant to all the member states, regardless of their current needs?
Well, maybe I have two comments. First, I think, unfortunately, and I shouldn't sound as pessimistic, but you know, we are now many years into the war. Yeah. We didn't transform Europe to a war understanding and economy and way of operating, even though, as also was said earlier, we are in war de facto with Russia. It might be that the threshold where we have in NATO, Article 5, has not been violated, but it's hybrid warfare. It's a warfare. I mean, I had a historian, in Danish historian today, who said, "Oh, now you see the deep strikes which successfully take place in Russia from Ukraine's side, which is very, very good. Now you can also see that the risk of Russia starting attacking outside Ukraine will also be there in the rest of Europe, the rest of us." And I think it's true. And I think so. I think we should really start having real exercises like something is happening. Last year there was drones over Copenhagen airport and other airports in Europe. And I don't want to blame authorities, but it was not impressive how they kind of dealt with these situations. Detect what was it, who brought them there, why was they there. All of that is not really revealed yet, because it's hard, because we're not prepared. So we should start mobilizing our society. And you're right, Denmark, we put aside money for total preparedness, and there, you know, cities and municipalities, regions, hospitals, schools, utilities of all kinds is so important, and also learning people that they have to be proactive in this. You know, not wait until something happens, but try to understand where are the weaknesses of the system. In Ukraine, for example, before the full invasion, they had done some of the most remarkable job to protect against cyber attacks, because there was an experience back in 2014 on a cyber attack from Russia's side. So today they probably are the TSO in Europe with the best protection on cyber attacks. And one can wonder how Russia never succeeded in closing down the system by cyber attacks in Ukraine, because it's under attack. So we have to be a little bit, I think, much more like moving ahead the curve if we want to ensure that we are prepared. And also the final comment I want to say is, if we are prepared enough and Russia sees it, it's also more likely than unlikely, but more likely that they will not attack, because if they see that they cannot break us, why would they attack us? So it's also a deterrence mechanism, like when we build our weaponry and our missiles and our air defense and so on, which we also have to do, of course. But all of this is part of deterrence, not only resilience.
I could not agree more. Thank you very much, Jeppe. And now we're ready to open the floor for the audience. If we have questions, let's take 2 or 3 of them and then see if we have time for more. Yes. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helena Kotluk. I'm from Heinrich Böll Foundation Office, Kyiv, Ukraine. I'm also a GMF alumna. Thank you for the both speakers for the wonderful presentations. In my current position at the foundation, I work a lot with the concept framework of comprehensive defense system in Ukraine, which has not been adopted at the government level, unlike Sweden or Finland or Denmark, but it functions very good at the grassroots level, as we see the example of the city of Kherson. From my conversations with the German context, I came to the conclusion that people are ready to talk about comprehensive defense system, let's say in Germany, as the response to some natural disasters or blackouts that happened in January this year. But they are not quite ready to talk about it as the preparedness for military invasion or for military threat. And my question to the both speakers would be, do you see in the tangible future that the EU can adopt comprehensive defense or total defense as the strategy for the EU protection? EU is not a military union, it's an economic union in the first place, but can they create this system as the first step to be prepared on the EU level? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to go first to answer?
Well, I was just thinking about that because from my perspective, what the EU is doing actually at the moment is working closer together. And let's not forget, we are like several countries. We are not one country. So we have a lot of discussion going on. And from my perspective, the situation that they're just getting so close to each other, which has never been in this way before, is very anticipated one and is very good one. And from my perspective, I'm not sure if we are talking about something which maybe might be some sort of replacement or addition to NATO, because that's a different scenery. But of course, we are also in our European treaties, we have the situation that we help each other and that we go with each other as well. So I think there we are not one country, and we will never be one country. We will, from my perspective, not be the United States of Europe, because there are so many people working against that I'm not seeing it in the foreseeable future. So you have to have different governments working closer together. But from I see and from what I experience, the push is there to do that way more extremely than we had that before, and it's absolutely necessary, because when you see that our weapon systems never work together. Yeah, because you cannot use some of this ammunition from one rifle to the other, because every country has their own system. Then of course we have to work closer together, and I think we are trying to do that as well. But from like the local and regional level, it's what we always advocate for, that you have to work closer together. You have to find the means to do the cooperation, so that we can be working together as well on the defense part.
Yeah, and I think it's a very good question, but I think that's also where Ukraine can really teach Europe, frankly speaking. You remember when we talk about military aid, for example, to Ukraine, then a few years ago there was this so-called Danish model, where instead of having it produced in EU countries or bought in the US or wherever, then you start donating the money directly to Ukraine and they produce it themselves. And today, I mean, Ukraine is producing most of the weapons they use to defend themselves in Ukraine. and their adaptation, the speed of adaptation, the innovation is much, much better than any European country can do, or even the United States. So I think actually that's where Ukraine and Europe can come much closer together. We have to learn. And in this journey that is now also officially opened with the Ukraine accession to European Union, now negotiations are starting formally also on hopefully not only one chapter, but more chapters soon. I think this is an opportunity for Europe and Ukraine. So I think that's what EU should do. And I don't think that top-down is enough from, European leaders sitting around the table or summits. I think what we saw in Kherson is bottom-up, like, how do you work on civil society and local administration, municipalities, even knowledge institutions. That is really where the dynamic come. And I've been to Ukraine many times, like also other in the panel here. I mean, if you visit a drone factory in Ukraine, how they assemble and adopt drones, for example. This is revolutionary work in a grassroots level, and you will never see that in Europe, unfortunately. So this pioneer spirit is also what I want to get back to, and I think there Europe can learn a lot as well.
Thank you very much. Yep, I do have more questions from the audience. If not, I have one more to ask you. I'm very curious what you think about the strategic communications of the European governments when it comes to conveying to their respective societies the need to spend more, to sacrifice more for the sake of preparedness and civil protection and defense and security in general. What is Europe doing wrong if it cannot get the societies on board? I mean, how can those member states that don't have their societies behind them at the moment in terms of spending more on civilian protection and preparedness do differently? Like, how can these strategic communications be improved in order to make sure that not only governments, local, regional, national governments, but also society at large is aware that more needs to be spent and sacrificed for the sake of this preparedness? Go to the regional level and you would probably say.
Well, I think it's a very good question, of course, because I'm also a generation that lived, my formative years when the Cold War ended and Soviet Union collapsed in '91, and being in Poland and this historical place, we believed that there was a bright future for Europe and not a return to dark times, yeah. But now we are there, yeah. So it's very hard mentally to understand that we are there, and that Europe will not change in the next generation. So we better arm ourselves, and we have decided that in NATO 5%, I would say 1.5 of the 5% is also this critical infrastructure we're talking about, and we should, in my opinion, we should speed up that much more all over Europe, the 1.5% of the 5% as well. So not only focusing on buying weapons, which we should and produce, but also the other part. Because what is most likely to be attacked in the first place? It is actually utilities, electricity, water, data, and so all of that, which will, which you also heard, which Russia think they can break us down by closing our society. They also have of course, the hybrid warfare, the manipulation, and all of that going on. So I think that is important. And then, if it's my final word, I want to say one thing where we should think in Europe, because it's also about how to protect ourselves by deterring the potential enemy from attacking us. Yeah? And I think right now what Ukraine is doing with the deep strikes is really part of that, because we always talk about resilience and protecting ourselves, but I think it's equally important for Russia to understand we also have the capability to fight back. If they send drones to our power generation stations or our cities, we also are able to send drones not to attack civilians but to attack Russian critical infrastructure, because I think that works. If so we need a deterrence which are more robust and not only resilience. I think that's and that is really hard for Europeans to understand, because we are, and I love it, we are peace-loving people, but we have to understand, to maintain peace, we have to
Prepare
deter.
for war. Thank you, Antje.
I would add to that we felt very comfortable in our peaceful world. We said, well, wars are always happening somewhere else. And we're watching on TV, and we were just looking, oh, poor people over there, it's so awful, and so on. And we were just sitting very comfortably in our chairs and saying, well, okay, let's help the people, let's do some humanitarian aid, and that is good for us because we do not want to have anything to do with war again. And then, of course, this is a very strong German position, and we have lots of people just relying on that because they say, well, Germans everywhere else, like with weapons, is not very well, accepted. So this was a total change of our mindset when our Minister of Defense said, we do not prepare for defense, we prepare for war. This is a total change in what we were talking about, because he said, if you want the other one to not be aggressive against you, you have to make sure that he thinks that you are stronger than him and that you might be able to beat him. That is the only thing which will keep him from attacking you. So this is a change of mindset which has reached like some people in the government and some people on the ground. And then you have a huge amount of people in between who said, well, that's not comfortable. Talking about military service in Germany again is not comfortable. People do not feel comfortable. And of course they have a point. Would you give your son to defense? Would you give your daughter to defense? Would you actually say, go for it? Or would you say, well, maybe not my daughter, maybe not my son? Because this has changed so much within the next few generations behind us. So you really have to address people's mindset. And they tend to say, okay, let's get all the Ukrainian people who we can help and let's try to support them and so on. But please do not touch our comfort with sincere questions like that. And that's the way we're working in. And that's, of course, a situation where we can work with all the Ukrainian communities because they can actually tell us how it was and how it is actually. I have been to the Bessarabian region like on Sunday because we went to a summer camp for children from Odessa whose parents have been killed during the war. And they were there for just 1 week. And what they did, they were not only playing and fishing and whatever, they were actually preparing for war. They were trying how to learn how to detect mines, how to find out which drones are on there, and so on. So they were doing like both of us, and we couldn't even imagine because we said just give the kids some peace. But they said no, it's not the time for just peace. Even those very traumatized children who have suffered a lot, who lost parents with that, they work on that, and they have to be. And that is the mindset we have to get into our communities all over Europe to say, you are not as safe as you ever thought you are, and please prepare for them. And that's not comfortable. People don't like them.
This takes a lot of political courage that is not always there in Europe. Thank you very much. We're approaching the end of our conversation, and I was just wondering if you have any final words. If there was one takeaway you both would like us to leave this session with, what would that be?
just right to the point. Well, of course, as a member of the Committee of the Regions, I'm always advocating for national governments to accept the competence and the knowledge of the regions and the local authorities, because they are the people on the ground who are actually fighting. There is, of course, a reason why Russia abducted the mayors first. There is a reason why Russia abducted the mayors, because they are the people who are mostly trusted by the citizens. And the citizens always watch closely what the mayors are doing. It's like the captain on a ship. If the captain leaves, then the people get panic. So they abducted the mayors because they thought then they would weaken these societies. And we, of course, want the societies to be as strong as possible, and we want to do it together with the national governments, but we want to be a part of it, an integral part of it, and we want not only to be like next to the table, but at the table where the decisions are made. And I think it's a good idea for the national governments to see how important that is.
Thank you, Antje.
Yeah, very short. I mean, when I listen to the governor of Kherson, I think what really resonates, besides the book we all have to study, because it's in a way a live example of learning lessons, of course, that we can all study and learn from. But is this thing about, even though you are in a war, under attack, you're liberated, you're still fired at daily and hourly and so on under attack, you're rebuilding your country, you're rebuilding your city, you're getting power back, you're getting water back, you're getting heating back, you find ways to have school underground or kindergarten. I mean, this is really something where I think you should take that away and understand how we can, plan for that, because that is what makes us, I think, resilient and also trust the future. Even if the worst should happen, we are actually prepared to deal with it, and we can see Ukrainians have show us how we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeppe. And this is a perfect segue to remind all of you about the event in the European Parliament that we are hosting on the 14th of July. And all of you who are interested to join, please let us know. Please contact us. It will be sponsored by a member of the European Parliament, Toveri, Pekka Toveri, and GMF is a co-host. We will also have representatives of the European Committee of the Regions and the Preparedness Coalition that Denmark is part of. So please join us there in Brussels on the 14th of July. It's an in-person event in the Parliament. And please join me in thanking our impressive speakers. Thank you so much. And let's continue this conversation over coffee. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. It's my pleasure to introduce Andrei Babinski. He is the managing director of Politica Insight, also a think tank with the same name, and he's going to have a conversation with the Honorable Chrystia Freeland. We're so happy to have her here with us today. And Andrei is also going to be your moderator for the next session. So get your questions ready. Thank you very much. Andrei.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good to see you. Chrystia, can I invite you to the stage? Wonderful. I wanted to kick us off and to ask you sort of a warm-up question, because basically you've done it all. You were Minister of International Trade, Foreign Affairs, Intergovernmental Affairs, Finance, Deputy Prime Minister, and now you're advising Volodymyr Zelensky. And I wanted to ask you, what's a single piece of advice that you've given President Zelensky, would like to give President Zelensky, that you'd most like him to take to heart?
Okay, let me start by saying hi. Great to be here, and hello to everyone who is here. I would first like to say to all of the Ukrainians who are here, Serdечно вам дякую. I think that it is really too easy for the rest of us to forget that Ukraine is fighting every day, not only for its own survival, but for the survival of democracy in Europe and the world. And, you know, we have our nice lives. We're here in beautiful, beautiful Gdańsk. We live in our own beautiful communities. But Ukrainians are fighting every day. And I truly believe that European democracy, European security, and really the fate of democracy in the world depends on the outcome of this fight. And you have my greatest respect and gratitude. Second thing, I want to really thank our Polish hosts. Poland is an inspiring example of a country that doesn't give up, of a country that also fought for democracy and for its sovereignty for centuries, of a country that was central in the bringing down of the Berlin Wall, in the end of communism, and then of a country that not only successfully fought for its own sovereignty, but actually won the peace. It's one thing to be successful in bringing down a regime. It's another thing to build a vibrant country of your own once you're in charge. And I think what is so important about the Polish example is how Poland has done that. I lived in Ukraine in 88, 89, and then 91. And at that time, really, the GDP of per capita GDP of Ukraine and Poland were comparable. You didn't have a real shock crossing the border. You do now. And to me, that makes Poland a true inspiration, as well as being a country that is, for all the challenges, an essential partner for Ukraine. And I think Ukraine is an essential partner for Poland. So to all of our Polish hosts, dziękuję bardzo. And then finally, to everyone who, like me, has come from further away, thanks for being here. There is so much happening in the world. I don't know if it's okay to quote Lenin here, but Lenin, there's a line attributed to him, which is, sometimes it seems as if there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks when centuries happen. And we seem to be in one of those times when so much is changing so quickly that seems so consequential. So I'm very grateful for the people who are here, who with their presence are showing their continued recognition of the centrality of Ukraine's fight. Okay, those are my opening remarks. Thank you very much. And in answer to your question, so first of all, I would be a pretty terrible advisor if I told you everything that I say to the president. But I'll tell you what my principal view is, which I've shared with him and I have shared publicly. And it comes back to what I've just said about Poland. I think the whole world has been astonished and admires. I'm going to have to put my papers down so they stop falling off my lap. And admires the way that Ukraine has been fighting this war. And the fact is, Ukraine has done better than any of the smartest Western military experts thought. The conventional wisdom was of the smartest people that Ukraine would fall, that Kyiv would fall in 3 weeks. And the view has been consistently, actually, that Ukraine was just not going to be able to do it. And Ukrainians, through their own tenacity, but also through their own national unity, through their own democracy, and through their own ingenuity, keep on surprising the world. And I think we have to really recognize, after 4 years, after more than 4 years, that's not an accident. They have figured out how to do this. They have figured out how to bring the world's second largest military really to heel. And I really believe Ukraine is winning the war. And I think we can see when we look at other battlefields around the world, it is not a sure thing that you're going to win a war. So let's just remember that and recognize how astonishingly well the Ukrainians are doing. My principal advice to Zelensky and to the people of Ukraine is bring that same determination, bring that same national solidarity, bring that same innovative brilliance to your next battlefield, which is the economic battlefield. Because at this point, I am firmly convinced that Ukraine is going to be successful on the military battlefield. The next battlefield is the economic one. It is just as important. Ukraine is going to win the war. It is essential for Ukraine to win the peace as well. And the first step to doing that, I believe, is for the people of Ukraine, Ukraine's leadership at the highest levels, to focus on the economic battlefield and on that challenge with exactly the same skills and energy and national solidarity that they've brought to the military battlefield.
That's a great answer, and I'd love to move on to the next battlefield and to ask you, because from where I'm sitting, it looks as if part of the war effort, a lot of the war effort, is about doing everything at the same time and defeating odds. Is this a mindset that the Ukrainians should take to the next battle that they're going to be fighting? I mean, how do you combine this amazing agility, this adaptability to hardships with, I don't know, say, strategic planning, with a sort of a different mindset where instead of taking a million decisions at the same time, you need to sit down, plan, prioritize, and figure out a way to get things done in a longer time span than, you know, from one day to the next?
Yeah, look, I think that is a great question. And I would say there's a question that comes before it. And that is, you can have the greatest plan in the world, but if you don't have an agreed objective, you're not going to be successful. And what has been tremendously powerful about Ukraine's war effort is the country has had a clear and agreed objective. President has had it, and the whole country has shared in that objective. And that clear goal, national unity around it, it sounds simple, but it's really, really hard to get that. That is why Ukraine is winning on the military battlefield. And I think that what Ukraine needs to do today, and I'm very encouraged by the fact that this work is happening, is get to that same place on the economic battlefield. There needs to be a clearly defined national economic mission. And I would say Poland in the 1990s had that. It was a cross-party mission. Look, you guys are Polish, you tell me. But what I observed from the outside was the Poles said to themselves, we're going to join the EU, and we are going to build a modern, Western, productive, affluent economy. And everything was subordinated to that. Again, sounds simple, but very hard to do. And what I think Ukraine needs to do right now is develop a clear, articulated mission from the very top, get buy-in from the whole country, because that's what's been critical for the war effort. And then you have to actually act on it. And that's really, really hard. You can have a clear mission, be united around it, and still not succeed. But for sure, you're not going to succeed without clarity of mission and unity around it.
So that objective would be basically European accession.
Look, it is not my job, nor is it the job of anyone who's not Ukrainian to define that mission. But I can quote for you Kirill Budanov, the president's chief of staff, has put together a Spilka Ukrainskих підприємців, a union of Ukrainian entrepreneurs, a group of Ukrainian business leaders with whom he is meeting to sort of build this mission and this purpose. They've had 2 meetings, and at the latest meeting, which was just last week, which I joined, Kirill laid out, I think, 3 very clear objectives about what this economic mission would be. And he said, and he used this language about, we're going from, we have to win on the military battlefield, we must also win on the economic battlefield. And here, the 3 objectives he laid out were, first of all, fight corruption. I'm not going to elaborate on that. I think it's pretty self-evident. Second objective was we need to build an economy that permits us to defend ourselves as a country. And he talked about the strength of the defense sector as an economic engine, but also as essential to the economic project. And then third was build the most liberal economy in the European Union.
Okay. The question is, what will the European Union be once Ukraine does succeed? And if this is going to be an extremely liberal economy, how will that write itself into where the Union will be at the time? But I don't know if you want to go into that.
Sure, I can talk about it a little bit. Look, I think, and again, I'm quoting Kirill, and this is definitely a view that the Ukrainian entrepreneurs, I think it's a view that came up through these meetings. The important part is to say the most liberal economy in the European Union. Those things have to go together. Those things are central to, I would say the vision that is starting to coalesce inside Ukraine. And my own view and hope is that just as Ukraine has, I believe, played a central role in transforming Europe's vision of defense and Europe's vision of its ability to defend itself, I believe that today Europeans are more confident of their ability to defend themselves as a continent and as a community than they were before the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I think that owes a lot to the fact that Ukraine is successfully defending itself. And it owes a lot to the partnership between Ukraine and Europe. I had a conversation actually just yesterday with Dalia Grabowskaite, the former leader of Lithuania. And she was very clear about this. You know, she said that when she thinks about Lithuania and Lithuania's sovereignty and security in the years to come, the first partner she thinks about is Ukraine. And her view is that so long as that is a strong partnership, which she believes it is, then Lithuania can defend itself. So we've already seen, and by the way, in February of 2022, if we had been in this room and someone had said, you know what, Ukraine is going to reinvent how wars are fought. The future of war is going to be defined by Ukraine. Ukraine is going to be at the cutting edge of military technology. They are going to be doing deals with the Gulf states, where the Gulf is buying military technology from them. And they're going to not only be inventing drones, they're going to be inventing medium and deep strike missiles. If someone had said that in February 2022, probably this looks like a polite room. I don't think people would have laughed out loud, but people would have been laughing inside. That's the reality. And so I hope you will take that fact of the world changing to what I'm going to say now. I think the European Union is right now, I think about the Draghi report, I think about the Letta report. I think the European Union is right now thinking very hard about what Europe is and Europe's future. And I'm very glad that Europe is, because again, I come here as a Canadian. One of the things I'm the proudest of from my time in government is that as trade minister, I concluded CETA, the Canada-EU trade deal. We signed that deal a couple of weeks before Trump was first elected president. We were really happy to sign it in October. We were even happier that we had signed it in November. And by the way, we concluded that deal just a couple of months after Brexit. So we were very consciously going in a different direction. And that deal is a deeper integration, actually, than Canada's trade deal with the US, because it includes government procurement provisions, which the United States has never accepted in trade deals. But Canada and the EU were prepared to mutually open up their government procurement. Why do I say that? Because I assume that this is a mostly European group. And so I want to say, dear Europeans, you are the leader of the free world. You are the city on the hill right now. And your partners, your allies, like Canada, like Ukraine, are grateful to you. And we need you to be even more successful. I think what Europe is demonstrating in a remarkable way is that plurilateralism can work. You know, at a time when there is a real question being put, can countries work together? That's what the EU is. Amazing. And amazing that since the Second World War, there hasn't been war inside Europe. What the EU is also demonstrating is that you can have an economic group that stands for democracy and freedom in the whole world. I think that's what the EU does. To do it really successfully, though, you also need to find ways to be innovative domestically, innovative within that bloc. You need to be able to combine collaboration, democracy, a strong social welfare net. I would say maybe being conscious that too much inequality in a society is not a good thing. Combine all of those things with innovation and robust economic growth. I think that's the big challenge for Europe. It's a big challenge for a country like Canada, too. And I really believe that as Ukraine figures out how to be the most liberal economy in the European Union, that can be a sort of struggle that actually is very much aligned with the challenge that Europe itself is facing and is asking itself.
In an attempt to have a segue before the panel that's going to join us on stage, I was thinking that when I'm thinking about a missed opportunity in Poland, I think when we were preparing for European accession, we were speeding ahead to close negotiating chapters, to change a million bills, laws, regulations. What we failed to do, I'm afraid, is build a strategic culture, a way of thinking that could have helped us get to the European Union, but also to profit from the European Union. This might be a chicken or egg question, but do you think that there is a chance for Ukraine now to start building the strategic culture before Ukraine is going to start closing chapters, and changing bills and laws?
Well, look, I actually want to start a little bit by challenging the question, not kind of directly, but sort of obliquely. And just to say, dear Poles, you are remarkable. I am not sure that Poles and Poland recognize how astonishing the Polish accomplishment has been. This is really an economic miracle. Poland is a tiger economy inside the EU. And it's amazing. It's amazing that Poland has done it. And I think it would be a good thing for Poland to a little bit congratulate itself. Now, history doesn't end. And Canada's a pretty great country too, but it doesn't mean that we don't make mistakes and that we don't have internal political challenges and that we don't always want to do better. So, the mere fact that Poland has done so well since the collapse of the Soviet Union doesn't mean that there aren't still challenges. But I would say when Poland reflects on the path that it has taken since the collapse of the Warsaw Pact, sure, I think that it's healthy for Poland to say, what did we get wrong? What were the missed opportunities? But given the results that an outsider can see, what I'm really interested in is, what did Poland get right? Like, how did you guys manage to be so successful? That's what Poland, I think, can helpfully export to the countries that are seeking to join the EU, and even to EU member states that perhaps have not been as successful as Poland.
Thank you very much for this, and please stay on stage. And I'd like to invite to the stage the participants of the next panel, which is Building Resilience, Inclusive Planning in Ukraine's Public Investment Management Process. To kick us off, we're going to have Tanya Sanford-Amer, who's in Alina International, the country director for Ukraine, and the program director of Recovery for All. Also, I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Oleksiy Ryabkin, Deputy Minister for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Tanya, if you could take a seat, please. Ms. Alexandra Betli, Leading Research Fellow, Institute for Economic Research and Policy Consultation. Yevhen Mashina, Deputy Director of Recovery for All. And Viktor Nestulia, Director of Ukraine Support Open Consulting Partnership. Okay, I'm going to hand over the microphone for your first question, Tanya, okay?
Great. Thank you, Andre, and welcome everyone to the panel. Thank you, Ms. Freeland, for your comments. There's so many threads that I would love to pick up on in this discussion, but I'm going to restrain myself, and if I can, just pick up on a couple of them that I think ties in so nicely. You've set us up so nicely for this conversation on decision-making processes in Ukraine with regard to public investment management, and this is so central to the issue of how Ukraine does recovery. And I think some of the earlier comments you made about why Ukraine has been successful, the fact that it has a mission, it's a mission that the country has been behind militarily. And I think in addition to that military mission, we also have, as you said, the economic battleground. I would add to that maybe the social battleground. I think this is something that we want to add for the purpose of this discussion. How do we get Ukrainians behind recovery? How do we make sure that we are meeting their needs? Because recovery is not happening just at the national level, just at the public investment management level where we're allocating funds, but it's happening every community in the country. And how are we ensuring that they're not being left behind? And that's one of the central questions that we want to look at today. All of our panelists today are heavily involved in this new system of public investment management, of creating this system that I would say is still very much evolving in Ukraine. Some might say it's a little bit early. The war's not over. We've got lots of emergencies, urgencies every single day, airstrikes every single night. How do you think about recovery? I would argue that it's necessary for us to look at recovery now, not just because people need that hope for recovery, because Ukrainians are living in communities that every day are being hit by Russian missiles and drones, and they have children that need to go to school. We have families that need social services. We have people who need jobs. But we also need to make sure that we're prepared for the money that will come later, that we're prepared financially. The financial structures, the governance structures are in place so that when recovery starts at a whole-scale level, that Ukraine is ready to take that on. Over the past 2 years, there's been a public investment management reform, and I think a lot of people in the room know about the single project pipeline, the Strategic Investment Council that is selecting projects. We also have DREAM. We have Victor here representing DREAM. We have Prozoros. We've had a lot of steps forward in installing good institutional structures for recovery governance. But there's probably some more work to be done. We know that over the last 6 months, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Finance, Regional Development have been putting in new reforms to try to bring strategic planning closer to public investment so that there's more of an understanding, I think to your point, Ms. Freeland, around making sure that we know what we're trying to achieve, that it's not just a list of projects, but that we know what we're trying to get to as a country. So this is just 6 months old, some of these reforms. And I think maybe I'll start, Alexandra, with you as a very active member of civil society. You've been involved in public investment management reform. You've been watching the single project pipeline. And I want to ask you what you think of the PIM reform so far. How would you characterize it? And is it comprehensive enough? Or have we missed a few things still? And maybe more importantly, where are we with the single project pipeline? Are you seeing projects that you think are the projects we want to see? And is anybody being left out of the process right now?
Thank you so much for inviting me here, and I'm delighted to talk about the topic. First, I would like just to mention several things before coming to this reform exactly. Indeed, I think that we currently not only on the battlefield, but actually we are already on the economic field. And there are so many reforms going on, and part of them actually are made and implemented just because of our European integration objective. So we have a clear objective that we want to become member of European Union, and we have to prepare now and not after we win the war. And one of the reforms actually is public investment management, and why it is needed, it's just because it actually indeed relates and links everything, strategy, priorities, and project. And the reform is really needed, and it's really comprehensive. The only problem is that we got used in Ukraine to such kind of some type of leapfrogging. So we see the reform and we won't just implement it but then we have limitations. And one of them limitations that we have in many areas, and this is public investment management as well, it's capacity. It's capacity on local level, it's capacity on national level. Because again, it's really difficult to make proper strategy. It's really difficult to make priorities when you have already so many priorities on the table, and it's really difficult to elaborate good projects. And therefore, when we talk about public investment management, again, this is a framework reform which is really needed. We just don't have to expect that it can be done within like a year or two. And actually, World Bank studies shows that it requires at least 5 years, but actually 10 years. And it needs also iterations, and it needs like this learning by doing. And we have to analyze what happened last year with the SPPs, because we have single project pipelines on national level, but also on local level. And yes, we are not happy what we see in the projects and what we see in the pipeline. But again, this allows us to make an analysis, to understand where we have bottlenecks, where we have big challenges. And then actually, this is reform which shows actually where everybody works together. We have national government, we have local communities, we have civil society which helps, and we have donors. And also, I mean, like all this coordination on this reform, and actually not only in this reform, but other reforms, it's only what provides us for the success. Because actually most of reforms in Ukraine were done only in such cooperation. We had Prozoro, it's again donors, civil society, national government, local governments as well, and others as well. And this is the same about public investment management. The problem is that it's really difficult to make strategies, especially when we talk about local communities, when you are in the war. Some communities have lots of IDPs, many. Some communities on the front line. Some communities are temporarily occupied. And it's really difficult for them to make a strategy because they have no clue, I mean, like what kind of assumptions to have. And from these assumptions, actually, the strategy will help. Then when we talk about priorities, first of all, what we have to all understand, reconstruction is going on, recovery is going on. It's not only emergency recovery and reconstruction, it's overall something that we are already working on, and we have a reconstruction framework. It's not ideal again. We have to learn how to do this. The governance is not fully compiled there. And actually with the RISE coalition, I just will show you, I mean, like we have prepared the shadow report on architecture of reconstruction of Ukraine. It's already kind of can be downloaded. And what we have there, it's kind of that we have already kind of a system. We have a governance structure for architecture. We have to still have a lot of recommendations how to challenge this and how to change this. But again, we need to coordinate on this. And when we talk about priorities, it's something that it's really difficult to define now. Because especially when we go to local community, if you rebuild, for example, school, but you don't have housing, nobody will come there. If you are rebuilding housing, but you don't have health facility, or even you have school, nobody will go there. If you have everything this, but there are no jobs, again, money are spent, I mean, like inefficiently. And this is something, again, that we have to understand that it's really, that's why I actually appreciate when the government talks about complex projects and the complex approach to reconstruction, that we come to community, we see that everything should be there, and then people will live there just because they will have where to work, where to live, and how to actually, where to have children at school or kindergartens, and where we have to have something else. The only approach here is that we really need, and that's what we stress also in our report, we need build back better approach everywhere. Because currently what we see, many shelters which are built in Ukraine, even if it's financed by donors, they don't have accessibility at all for people in the wheelchairs, that it's kind of forgotten at all. And we have to have this culture that actually everybody should have access to something that we are building, so to public services.
That's a really important point, and I think it brings us back to the social dimension as well, right? I mean, in the end of the day, this is about people. We have to have the governance frameworks, we have to have the economy, we have to have the tax base and the jobs. But we have to make sure that people can send their kids to school, which is one of the most painful points, I would say, for Ukrainian families in communities. And I know when we're working in communities, this is absolutely a #1 issue that is brought up. Thank you, Alexandra. I think the other thing that you maybe have hit on that there's been a bit of a top-down approach, perhaps, with the strategies, and just in terms of bringing that down to the local level. If we don't do that, there's a risk that communities don't have their voices and their needs articulated, and then, of course, it's very difficult for them to have the projects that are funded. I'm wondering if you could comment on that, if you're seeing municipal projects funded at the level that they should be funded.
What we see indeed is that often projects are funded for more capable communities because they prepare better projects. And therefore, sometimes where there is higher need, there is no money, just because, again, prioritization works in the way that we are selecting better projects. And better projects are not sometimes on the front lines, or there are some donors who doesn't want to finance actually project on front lines because of high risk. And therefore, but when we talk about what I hear often about decentralization, if we would have lots of money, then it will be really easier just to decentralize the money flow to the local level. We will have better approaches probably, etc. But when you have really limited amount of money for financing of reconstruction and recovery, it's mostly, for example, European Investment Bank money, World Bank, and some other donors. Then you have to really concentrate the source of financing at the top, and then you have to allocate it according to what is already in DREAM. They are providing the project to DREAM, then there is a prioritization, etc. But again, then we come to the point that capable gromadas provide more projects, they are financing then the reconstruction, and somebody who is indeed in need is not providing there. But there is no easy solution, because currently what we hear also from gromadas, oh, I have a good project, but I cannot go to DREAM because of something, and I have a donor, but he doesn't want, or he cannot finance this because of centralization. It's a difficult approach, and we are building it. And this again, I mean, like, this requires time. And what we see currently, and what the ministry is doing, and we are doing during our monitor, is that we are trying to learn the lessons, and there are already this fixing the points in the SPPs for gromadas. For example, they will have a possibility to change it each month, for example. This is already kind of a flexibility which was really needed there. There are lessons learned, and then, I mean, like, decisions are taken, and that's what I really want to see, I mean, like, from the government, that government listens and actually acts. And therefore, indeed, voices of gromadas are heard. It just sometimes we cannot do the government as well, and cannot do everything what local gromadas want, because just is limited resources, limited capacity on the national level as well. It's not only about capacities on the local level. We really need to have public administration reform finalized, and we really need better salaries on the public administration, so the ministries will help, actually will be able to hire good people, professionals who can run the reforms.
Thank you, thank you. So to government, Deputy Minister Revikin, Ministry of Regional Development, Communities and Territories. What are you doing to address some of these disparities? Obviously you cannot do this alone in the Ministry of Regional Development. It's a broader question for the government of Ukraine. But tell me what you're doing to help raise the capacity in communities and to try to balance some of these inequities. As Alexandra was saying, you have capable communities, which I think is a little bit of a controversial term, in my opinion, because I think some capable communities have a lot of support standing behind them. And those that are deemed not capable maybe haven't been beneficiary of all of that capacity building and project support and that kind of thing. So,
thank you for your question. Good afternoon, Paul. So, we know about this problem, but we have been working together with the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Finance on public investment and strategic planning reforms to ensure that all the planning documents across our system of multi-level governance are incorrected, including those on regional and local levels. So this is critical because we are seeing that sectoral strategies of the line ministries are not always reflecting the needs of the regions and the municipalities. Our task as a government is to align these documents, ensure cooperation, and to build these connections with the idea that we will receive clear pictures of where the government should invest. So that allows us to direct resources to public investments that meet the greatest needs and have the strongest impact. This is one of key changes under the PM reform. And to make this operational, we started to establish the national strategic planning system in past year. The national strategic planning system should be based on the connection of sectoral planning and a territorial approach. This year, the government asked line ministries to develop comprehensive strategies for the sector they are responsible for, including our ministry. These sectoral strategies must identify the planned areas for public investment. When I say public investment, I am not talking only about infrastructure. Sectoral strategies are expected to cover the entire mandate of the ministries. But as important, we have a lot of work to meet the needs of citizens, whether they are in the front or rear. This means services, it means improving the level of standards provided for citizens that directly impact their lives, such as educational, social, and health services. So the idea here is not just to create projects. We have projects. Everybody has ideas for projects. We want to ensure that we are addressing the needs that Ukraine has nationally and in every municipality.
Clear. We have to get to what the goals are, what the mission is, to go back to your point. I want to come back to you, but I just wanted to ask Victor, or did you have a comment? Oh, okay. That's nice that everybody plays nicely together up here. Thank you. I wanted to go to Victor because Deputy Minister Rybikins just outlined the new strategic planning system, which I would say, congratulations, Ukraine. We have a national strategic planning system, which has not yet existed in its independence. So I think that's a major step forward. It's part of the administration, but it's obviously something that's quite important. Underneath this system, we have 23 sectoral strategies to be done by the line ministries. We have an overarching national development plan. We have the state strategy for regional development, which is going to look specifically at how that is implemented in the regions. That's a lot. That's a lot of plans. And then on the other side, Victor, we have DREAM, we have Prozoro, we have the PPUs, we have the single project pipeline. Can you explain to us how this works together? What comes first? What's the order of operations with all of this, and what are we hoping to gain from this, the introduction of the National Strategic Planning System?
I'll try. But I want to start with looking into our legacy and context. And according to World Bank and IMF Public Investment Management Assessment Report as of December 2022, we had 15 different procedures on how to prepare, appraise, and prioritize projects. We didn't have single pipeline, single database where we could understand what is planned. We didn't have proper strategic planning because, as of, honestly speaking, even now, Secretariat of the Government has literally Google spreadsheet where 98 different national strategic planning documents are listed. We don't know whether they are properly prepared, evidence-based, and so on. We do have a framework for regional development planning and some strategies on the regional and local level, but of course, it's not enough. It's then topped up by full-scale invasion. And as of today, if you are aware about registry for damaged and destroyed property, it already has more than 500,000 records of destroyed or damaged infrastructure. It doesn't mean, of course, that we will be rebuilding all of that. And first of all, it's about our vision and strategic choice. But it obviously means that if we dream about Ukraine's future as part of European Union, strong economy, liberal economy, or fast economy, we need to implement proper institutions and systems. And we need, to be honest, revamp everything we had before. And government of Ukraine started this process by initiating public investment management reform. And in fact, PIM reform acts as a locomotive of many other related changes. Because strategic planning, we don't have a separate reform on strategic planning. It is embedded into public investment management reform. And that is also some kind of complexity that PIM reform is facing. We don't, construction reform, pricing reform, procurement reform, they are all linked to public investment management. We already established general architecture and governance for public investment management. And by the way, when I was coming here in Uber, Facebook reminded me that exactly 1 year ago, on June 24th, together with Alexei Rybik in the Ministry for Development, we started a national awareness and capacity building campaign on public investment management for the local level in Chernihiv region. Only 12 months ago, local communities for the first time heard what kind of rules they have to apply to structure their single project pipelines. Now, let's get back to, that Poland should reflect on their achievements and celebrate success. Let's also reflect on our achievements. Yes, PIM reform is going very hard. But we already have lots of important changes. We do have DREAM. Honestly speaking, let's open DREAM and we will see trashy pipelines. But it reflects reality. It shows us that our previous thinking, according to 15 different procedures, on how to structure the list of projects based on project ideas that everyone have, were linked to thinking around bricks and walls, around construction, not impact and outcome that we all want to achieve. And now we have to completely change the culture. And culture is probably one thing that is the most complicated to change. We have to move from construction thinking to investment thinking, to think about social, economic, financial return from every euro, hryvnia, pound, dollar invested in infrastructure as well. So what we have to do to achieve that, right? Foundation for everything is strategic planning. And indeed, the concept that was approved by the government only last August and now is reflected in specific secondary legislation, methodological guidance that is very much supported by Recovery for All project, is showing us how actually we will be creating that vision and how we will be bridging data with our decisions. Because we cannot manage what we cannot measure. And Ukraine has lots of databases, but we don't have data pipelines. We don't have probably not a single strategy that is based on proper data. We are speaking about European Union, and probably reconstruction will be heavily driven on one hand by private capital, but on another hand by EU cohesion policy. It's about our access to structural funds. And structural funds are not investing in bricks and walls. They are not investing in specific construction projects. They are investing in statistics. And the whole cohesion policy is based around Eurostat. So before, let's say, dividing a pie, 500 plus billion euros, we look into GDP. We then look in regional discrepancies. And then we program our investment understanding whether we need to somehow improve situation in healthcare, not by building a facility, but by ensuring that accessibility to service is properly provided in this or that territory. Because in the end, people don't live in sectors. They live in territories. And to understand that we have proper strategic planning decisions, we need to establish those data pipelines. We need to reform our state statistics, and they are already making amazing progress, closely cooperating, including with the Ministry for Development, on our new vision on regional development planning as well. But also we have to merge regional planning, territorial, place-based approach with sectoral planning. And this reform is now implementing. And for the first time, we have a great opportunity. And I hope that this time, you know, we always joke that Ukrainians are best in missing an opportunity. We will never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. But hope that this time we will not do it. We have synchronized cycles of regional strategy for regional development. We have synchronized cycle with sectoral planning, and simultaneously we are working on public investment management reform. So first, we need to ensure proper institutional setup that will give us access to data pipelines. This is state statistics. Then it's about geoinformation system for regional development, which is already embedded into the law that has to make proper decisions on what we want to achieve in specific territories, understanding our overall vision of EU accession and so on. And this has to be linked with sectoral plans. And in this regard, Ministry of Economy is now working on Project UA system that basically is a digital backbone for sectoral planning that is also interoperable with GIS for regional development, or has to be at one day. And by interoperability, I don't mean digital interoperability. First of all, we have to ensure business logic and processes interoperability. Because when systems talk to each other, but people don't, forget about proper strategies. We have to make sure that it is an inclusive process when Ministry of Education, for example, that currently has 5 different strategic plans, make their decision synchronizingly with Ministry for Development. And they jointly make a decision on how to invest in education infrastructure, understanding our territorial challenges. And few more seconds, sorry. And of course, last, when we have those strategic decisions that are evidence-based on data, we have to ensure proper project pipelines. Not current, let's say, dream. It's not perfect. It's far from being perfect. But it has to be based on that, right? That we are investing not in construction, but we are making feasibility study not by just ticking the boxes in some digital systems like DREAM, but we start applying this methodology that in the end, let's say, cost-benefit analysis, right, is something that is really used, but not cost design documentation or проектно-кошторисна документація to build something. This is a challenge. This is a challenge that should be heavily supported by all of us, by our development partners, by all governmental and civil society organizations to achieve that hopefully next URC we will be able to open DREAM and say, yes, we do see some mistakes from our policy decisions, because let's look at proportionality. We now have exactly the same procedure, whether you are a community with 5,000 people or whether you are a municipality with 3 million people. It was a policy mistake. We have to admit it, and it's about constant change management. We always learn. We reflect based on data, and we already provide this data. So hopefully, if we consistently implement everything that is very nicely, honestly designed in our PM action plan, next year we will say, you know, pipeline looks much better. And by the way, we expect that in coming weeks, government will approve secondary legislation that will also put public-private partnership to single pipeline through DREAM, starting from April 1st, 2027. Consistency always beats perfection. So by small steps, by reflecting on achievements, mistakes, and so on, we have to reach our future. Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Victor. There's a lot to unpack there. I think one of the things that stands out to me is that to some extent you're forcing cooperation between ministries as well, right? In terms of getting to this complex, comprehensive approach to recovery, whether it's nationally or in the community level, we're looking at this in a much more complex way with these strategies. And that's something that Ukraine and, well, I would say most countries struggle to do. to be able to cooperate across sectors. So this is interesting. It's something to watch to see how this develops, because we know that systems aren't always set up for cooperation and for collaboration. Ms. Freeland, I want to come back to you because you've been scribbling notes there, and at the risk of exposing what might be your laundry list of things to do, I'm deeply curious what your thoughts are on some of this, and I'll give you free rein to pick up on any of the threads that you might want to.
Okay, sure, with pleasure. So I have kind of two reflections as I listen to people. The first is connected to a congratulations to the people who organized this panel. I think it's absolutely right that this be a panel where we hear from Ukrainians about Ukraine. And my sort of absolute conviction is Ukraine's success or failure, in which I think a lot of people outside Ukraine have a very great stake, will depend almost entirely on the extent to which Ukrainians take ownership of the economic battlefield in the way they have taken full ownership of the military battlefield. And so, I am so interested to hear your comments. It was interesting to hear from the Deputy Minister. Very good to have civil society. And to me, that is the most hopeful and optimistic about all of this. And the only sort of thought I would kind of contribute, but I think you were building towards it, is at the end of the day, there is no substitute for political will and political direction. There is no technocratic magic that absolves a country from the necessity of having a goal and having the will to act on it. And, I think we can look at a country that many of us admired very much as the city on the hill. That has institutions and laws and norms, and those can be shattered pretty quickly. There's a less stark version of that, which is you have to know where you're going, and you have to constantly be doing the work of building the political will to get there. Everything I hear from talking about communities, from talking about being sure, that people can't live in sectors, they live in their towns, they live in their neighborhoods. I think that's exactly the attitude you're bringing to it. And my only encouragement would be to say, don't lose sight of that. And I think, one of the things that Ukraine's successful war effort has brought to Ukraine is a real coming together of the country as a country. You spoke about the hromade, but there's also the Ukrainska hromada, the national community. And, that to me is going to determine whether, how well Ukraine does. And then the other thought that I've had is kind of a reflection to us, the people who are friends of Ukraine but are not Ukrainians, the people who ultimately it's not our job to decide what your objective is. It's actually not our job to build the political will. We can be friends, we can be advisors. So kind of reflecting on our role. And I think we need to recognize that it's a double-edged sword. We've spoken about Poland, we're here, we're very alive to it. And I think the Polish example is an example where the objective of EU membership, the requirements that the EU imposed, and the financial support that the EU offered all have worked together quite beautifully to help Poland achieve a result that has been remarkable for Poles and remarkable for the rest of the EU. But there's a counterexample, many counterexamples, and one that I would name is Afghanistan.
I would say in Afghanistan, foreign support ultimately ended up hollowing out local capacity. And I think that we collectively need to be very, very conscious not to do that. I think there are two ways you can avoid doing that. One way is to ensure that plans and objectives and the building of political will are made in Ukraine. We can give advice. We can even attach conditionality, because, by the way, if it's our money, it's our money. But we have to be really careful not to tell the Ukrainians what to think. And I think we should also be quite humble in thinking that we know better than Ukrainians. I had a conversation with a former Lithuanian prime minister who said to me, you know, he was talking about his experiences today, but more looking back maybe 10 years ago, right? A Latvian prime minister. And he said, you know, just because we're poorer than Western countries, it doesn't mean we're dumber. We had a more difficult historical experience to get to where we are, but we're actually pretty smart. And to me, a real lesson of how Ukraine has conducted the war is Ukraine has repeatedly not done what really smart Western experts told Ukraine to do. And so far, it's turning out pretty well. So I think that we, the Western friends of Ukraine, need to bring that humility to how we work with and think about supporting Ukraine. And we have to be sure, and you know, I think we need to be humble, but we also need to ensure that with support comes obligation. As a former finance minister, I can tell you, spending the money of the people who you want to vote for you is a very powerful discipline. No one likes paying taxes, and I don't think people should like paying taxes, but they'll pay taxes if you're delivering something they want. And that, to me, is the ultimate discipline of democracy. You have the consent of the people who you are governing and of the people who are paying taxes into the government, as long as you're delivering something that you convince them is worth it and that they believe in. A challenge with the donor relationship is you don't have that. And so I think that we need to be very thoughtful of not depriving Ukraine and Ukrainians of their agency.
Can I jump in and ask you, because I find this fascinating and I fully understand what you're saying, but I think that basically you're talking about political will, and I think there's also political appetite. How do you build a political appetite for some technocratic medicine? Because I think coming from a country like Poland, there are certain moments where it's, you know, a spell of technocracy is a bit like eating your vegetables. I mean, it shouldn't be the whole meal. It doesn't have to be the whole meal, but sometimes, and there are these moments where this outside influence can help you build a strategic culture. And this is what I was alluding to earlier. I think we missed that. I mean, we were really focused on the aim, whereas we miss the process. And I think sometimes the process is also important. And sometimes it's about humility. Obviously, it's not about telling people what they're going to want, but it's about building a political appetite, sometimes for putting in place a certain strategic culture that helps you get things done, that helps you build institutions, which can be shattered, which can be, you know, thrown out the window. But how do you convince people that some of this technocratic magic is necessary?
You know, I have two responses to that. The first one is, it's the job of Ukrainian political leaders and Ukrainian civil society to decide what Ukraine needs. And I think, actually, that there is a maturity in Ukrainian society. Ukrainian society is very conscious of corruption, extremely so, and prepared in the middle of the war to go out on the streets and protest. Ukrainian society is extremely conscious of the value of democracy and of decisions made by the people who are affected by the decisions, and is actually very suspicious and skeptical of decisions made behind closed doors in processes that are not transparent. So I think there's actually strong political will. I would also say Ukrainian society has been very innovative in figuring out how to make good decisions when it comes to military procurement. Again, speaking as a former minister, one of the toughest areas for any government in a long-established democracy is military procurement. And so many governments actually fall on military procurement issues. Canada is I think we're one of the most squeaky clean countries in the world. We are not corrupt. It's so difficult. And you end up sometimes, the difficulty, the anxiety about being influenced by the wrong factors can paralyze countries when it comes to military procurement and can make countries not innovative enough. And I think Ukraine has actually devised, in the midst of the war, an approach to military procurement which is incredibly decentralized, which is battalion-based, which is even grassroots donation-based. So when it comes to strategic planning and systems, I would say let's listen very carefully to our Ukrainian partners, and let's urge them to think about what they've learned during the war, what they know about their objectives, and come up with a way to do it.
If I may just contribute here, several points. Yeah, indeed, we have conditionalities for almost all our assistance, and this actually drives our reforms. So we do receive money from our international partners when we actually implement reforms and do indicators. Many of them are driven by European membership attempt by Ukrainian government and actually civil society, etc. So we are trying to do this. But when we talk about, as you mentioned, that Ukrainians didn't listen sometimes on the battlefield, one of the reasons was that we didn't have all the ammunition and all military stuff that usually people have in such wars. And as a result, limited capacities, limited financing made our army more innovative. So this limited financing was one of the reasons for innovations on the front line as well. But at the same time, as civil society, I really appreciate when our international partners do speak with our president, government, office of the president, and the parliament actually on the reforms needed on economic field. And this is something that we really appreciate, because otherwise we don't have sometimes the leverage for our government to do some difficult reforms. Because currently what the problem is that we have to do some difficult reforms on economic field. But then, during the wartime, it's really difficult to do because many reforms are painful for people, and therefore how to select and how to actually to do it, it becomes really difficult. And last point I want to make, when you say about corruption, something that we really, especially in civil society, we don't tolerate corruption, so it's kind of zero tolerance. But what I would like to say is that we have to really separate corruption, inefficiency, mismanagement, etc. Because in Ukraine, everybody calls corruption everything. Why we should do this? Because the prevention measures or decisions how to solve the issue are different. Sometimes we have to increase capacity of local communities or the government because it's not corruption, it's just they don't know how to do better. Or sometimes we have to do something with state-owned companies, or sometimes we have to do something else like training, increase of wages, etc. Many other fields. So it's not really corruption, which is kind of usually in Ukraine corruption. In many other countries, there are so many different words. And we have to really separate this because our actions will be different.
The only other thing I wanted to add in answer to your question is, even as I really think it's very important to have Ukrainian ownership and Ukrainian agency. Also, the countries that are providing financial support to Ukraine are democracies too. And I think it's absolutely fair for us to say, we can only support you if you are delivering results. And a principal result that citizens in Western countries that are supporting Ukraine require is transparency. They want assurances that their money is not being siphoned off. And the second result they want is that it is achieving objectives that we as democratic societies think are worthwhile. So I think that kind of very great clarity is valuable and important. And if I use the war parallel, the thing about war is you get very strong and very visible feedback right away on what is working and what isn't. The economic battlefield is not as cruel, thank goodness. So I do think that a job that we need to do together, Friends of Ukraine and Ukraine itself, is figure out what are our mutually agreed objectives? What are the things that the citizens of our countries that are paying their money to help you require that you accept?
Thank you, Ms. Freeland. We're at the end of our time, and I will let you say 30 seconds more, Victor, and close us out. But I just want to say, coming back to this theme of Ukrainian agency, which I think is incredibly important and maybe one that we didn't foresee coming up in this panel, but I'm glad that it did. Because I think the new strategic planning system that we're talking about is one of the key instruments in which Ukraine can say, this is what we need. This is what we want. Because what we've heard over the years, I've had the privilege of living in Ukraine for almost 15 years and looking at things like loans for Ukraine. Ukraine has not been strong enough in articulating what it wanted and the needs of its people. So this is the way in which Ukraine can, in the language of its partners, say, this is where we're going, this is what we want to do. And that helps put Ukraine in the driver's seat. And that's, I think, one of the most important parts about a national strategic planning system. Victor?
I will be honest with you. I will need like 2 to 3 minutes. So I will start with setting in expectations if anyone wants to run for coffee. 2 things I want to reflect on. One thing is conditionality. And honestly, I don't believe that conditionality is something that much motivates us to implement reform, because it linked to your phrase on we are forcing people to work together. I look at conditionality as expectations, right? And we have to have this honest dialogue that, guys, we believe that this will make it better for Ukraine. And then we are just regularly renegotiating sometimes successfully delivering. Because when we are forcing someone, we always face resistance. And resistance does not help in these situations. Coming back to PIM and strategic planning, I would say that we are encouraging people to cooperate. And I believe that the whole success of this reform and reconstruction is only possible when we are building an open ecosystem, not only digital, but all stakeholders. Why we're successful on battlefield? Because we now have open cooperation between policymakers, private sector, civil society and think tanks who are regularly innovating and delivering those results on the ground. And now, I don't know whether you will like it or not, but we kill 35,000 Russians every month. And we have clear KPI. We want to increase this number to 50,000. Sorry about that if someone is disappointed. About PIM, we have to establish an ecosystem of a culture of open government where civil society, and by the way, I don't represent government here. I'm leading Dream Project Office established within the government, but I'm part of, to big extent, civil society organization. When we're working closely, co-creating things, co-delivering things with government, with international partners, with private sectors, with think tanks, with watchdogs, with everyone has its own place and role. And we need to open that and encourage this culture of co-creation, not to force anyone, but to make sure that we want to cooperate to achieve our objective of bright future of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our panelists and to Andre for co-moderating with me. Thank you, Ms. Freeland. It's been a pleasure to have you today. Thank you.
One common misconception about Ukraine's reconstruction is that only frontline cities need help. In fact, all cities have seen their economies and societies upended.
The UCP coalition is an excellent idea to really tangibly help Ukraine and Ukrainian cities rebuild.
UCP is a unique coalition of a lot of different kinds of organizations from Ukraine, from Europe, Canada, and from the US.
That's why it's some kind of unique story in Ukraine. So how to build a partnership between the local society, between the business, the international business, the Ukrainian business, and everybody.
UCP goes beyond urban planning and construction to determine not only how cities should physically rebuild, but how to overcome path dependencies to create a competitive future economy.
From all of the donors that we worked with, and that's quite a few, I would say that the GMF has quite an extensive experience, the best team, the best expertise in the country.
The vision idea of the German Marshall Fund was quite inspiring, particularly UCP, the idea that you can explore how engaging with one city might then be able to cascade and support many others.
I think this combination of expertise, what you collect with German Marshall Foundation collect in Korosten, it can bring these ideas which can grow this approach methods.
The lessons we learned from Korosten can be transferred easily to other Ukrainian cities, large and small.
To really center community-led response, recovery, and reconstruction in Ukraine.
Whatever we come up here in Korosten, it will be in
Good to see everyone. Thanks for joining us here after the coffee break. We were showing you a video of some of the core members of the Ukraine Cities Partnership, which is an initiative that we launched at GMF in late 2024. And we launched this initiative on the conviction that recovery planning for rebuilding must start now before the war ends. And you can see here some of the partners involved in the Ukraine Cities Partnership. They were the people that featured in the video, but we will talk about this more in a moment. So today, UCP brings together over 50 international and Ukrainian organizations, including businesses, universities, NGOs, international organizations, and city associations, all with the technical expertise and commitment to support smaller cities in Ukraine in their recovery efforts in ways that promote resilience, inclusion, economic growth, and encourage people to stay or return. In collaboration with our pilot city Korosten in Zhytomyr Oblast, we are developing a comprehensive recovery and urban development framework that spans citizen engagement, urban planning, critical infrastructure, project finance, and capacity building. Our approach is very simple. We're working with one city to aim to develop replicable solutions that can be adapted and scaled to other cities across Ukraine. And last year at this time, at URC in Rome, we celebrated our partnership with Korosten. This year, we would like to place the spotlight on the powerful coalition of partners that we have built. And it's these lead partners, which you see here on stage, who are really the driving force behind UCP. So it's my sincere pleasure to welcome Autodesk to UCP as our lead technology partner. Autodesk is a global leader in design and maker software. And they will be working with other UCP partners such as ACOM, BDP, Deloitte, Delta Ukraine, and many more to provide digital tools and technical expertise to help project teams coordinate the planning, design, visualization, and simulation of solutions. And we will start with our pilot city, Korosten. So Autodesk is not new to recovery efforts. They have been providing their digital tools to support recovery efforts, ranging from the restoration of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris to more recently work to rebuild in Los Angeles after the wildfires. And now through this partnership with GMF, Autodesk is bringing this experience and expertise to Ukraine. So with that, I'd like to invite Nicolas Mongan, Vice President for Architecture, Engineering and Construction Industry Strategy at Autodesk, to join me on stage. And also Justin Maury, who's Government Partnerships Lead at the UK firm BDP, a major interdisciplinary practice of architects, designers, and engineers that is another key partner for UCP. So Justin. Nicolas, I would like to start with you. It would be great if you could tell us a little bit more about why Autodesk decided to join UCP and what technology you will be providing to support the initiative.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me, Hannah. So we are making software for architects, engineers, and contractors, and there are many millions of users of our solutions. But we also do a lot of philanthropic work, as you mentioned, and we started to help in Fukushima, for instance, in Japan, or the Freedom Tower, when they are like challenging technical projects where technology cannot help. So we use these recovery efforts and very challenging opportunities to improve the technology, to make the technology work and make an impact for people's organizations, cities that are impacted. So that's really why we want to help and support this initiative. And through this, we will be donating software, all kinds of software, to the GMF to better collaborate digitally with architects, engineers in Ukraine. But we'll also be donating software for all the sponsors, everyone that's willing to provide some help. We'll also provide expertise and use our global network to have an impact on this Korosten first, and hopefully for many other cities in Ukraine.
Great, thank you. And the images that you see in the background here are illustrations of what Autodesk's technology can do. And I think in some cases it's also illustrations of the software itself in operation. Justin, you've been working with us for a while now, and BDP is co-leading UCP's work on urban planning. You're also actively engaging with our pilot city Korosten and with the broader coalition. Could you share a bit more about why UCP is unique? What is unique about this recovery platform that we're trying to build?
Sure, and thank you, Hannah, for the opportunity to be here and talk on behalf of our teams. I'll try and be concise. I quite like talking, but I'll try and stick to my lines today. So no city is built alone. I think recovery has to be led locally, but cities also need to have the right partners around them. So I think what UCP really does is help bring together that sort of unique collaboration between the local leadership, international expertise, and capacity building to support that. The IRDA, or Integrated Recovery Development Assessment, gives us the evidence base, the baseline for us to understand. But from that also, I think what comes next as UCP is how we move that from evidence to priorities, from priorities to projects, and then projects from implementation. I think BDP's role in line 2 is about how we translate that recovery needs into spatial priorities. Practical development opportunities that support their vision, strategic master plan, ensuring that the opportunities are part of an integrated ecosystem. I think the key point for us, though, is that UCP is not actually about recovery for Korosten directly. It's more about how do we help Korosten to build the tools, the partnerships, and the delivery pathways that allows them to recover on their own terms.
Thank you, yeah. And Justin was just referring to a needs assessment that we commissioned for our pilot city Korosten to better understand what priorities they have and how we can best support them. Nicolas, we've been seeing images, I think, of Notre Dame Cathedral here in the back, and we've also mentioned that you've been supporting Los Angeles in its recovery efforts. It would be great to hear about how you think some of those experiences and lessons could be relevant to Ukraine.
Yes, so starting with Notre Dame, and I led that project digitally. First, we learned that typically architects and engineers work on new buildings, or they retrofit existing buildings, but not like old buildings that are hundreds of years old. And I know that with the bombing and the war in Ukraine, a lot of historical buildings have been destroyed, and I think that we have a lot of learnings, and we built these new technologies to really improve historical buildings. So I think that's going to be important for all of the landmark. The other thing that was fascinating for Notre Dame, as I mentioned, we have a lot of customers, and they reached out to Autodesk at the time, and they said, we want to help. We are willing to give our time and expertise and effort. And actually, we realized that this community of architects and engineers are willing to help others. And we actually applied that principle after the fires in Los Angeles 18 months ago, where we funded a foundation of several hundred architects that are willing to give their time and work, and built some catalogs of typical structures and homes that could be applied at scale for rebuilding thousands of homes that were destroyed. So that's something that we've been applying in Los Angeles, and we accelerated permitting, we accelerated a lot of things with catalogs of typical structures. And I believe that's something we can apply in Ukraine and other places in the world that needs recovery efforts.
Yeah, that is fascinating, and I think thinking of Ukraine and Los Angeles and Notre Dame Cathedral together puts us in a new mindset. Justin, you as BDP, you are already using Autodesk technology for a number of years, as I learned earlier. How do you think can these digital tools support and accelerate recovery efforts in cities like Korosten, smaller cities in Ukraine?
Thank you very much. I agree with Nicholas. I think in many ways the opportunities to come through for us. I think Autodesk and systems like it, we use extensively for collaboration. Typically it's our one source of truth. It's a platform that we can collaborate from anywhere in the world. So as to ensure that we have efficiency and opportunities to deliver, no matter where the geography might be. I think, however, for Korosten, though, quite important is technology must serve the people. I think it needs to be tailored to their specific needs. So the objective often is, well, how can we use the technology to support that collaboration, to make better decisions, to ensure that the tools help bring them together for challenging, meeting the complex information that's might required. It could be land, infrastructure, buildings, mobility, energy, risk, community needs, and investment opportunities. So at a city scale, though, typically we look at how we can test options and then prioritize projects. At a building scale, this supports energy performance, carbon, costs, coordination, and long-term asset management. I think the real opportunity for using technology is how we connect the vision that people have for their cities and then how we then deliver it.
And staying with you, Justin, BDP works with several cities in Ukraine, including Lviv. I think that's where you've been most involved in. But most of the cities you work with are larger cities. And Korosten is a much smaller city. It's a city that has a population of under 100,000. This is, in general, the scale of cities that we're working with through UCP. And it would be great to hear from you, Justin, about how some of the lessons from your work in larger cities like Lviv are relevant for Korosten, but also why it is so important to support smaller cities.
Very good, thank you. So I think recovery, I think it's a topic for today that's been bandied a couple of times. Recovery is not just about reconstruction. It is about leadership, it's about confidence, networks, identity, and then delivery. I think Lviv is a strong example because they're very resourceful, they're very outward-looking, they use international relationships, sister cities, links, donors, networks, and a civic identity. They have a sense of place that people can get behind. And that's really relevant for investors, I think. But Lviv also sees themselves as a city needing support, yes, but a place to test approaches. So there's something of a hothouse for innovation, so they can use that to leverage it and set precedents for others. I think the lesson for Korosten is not to copy what Lviv has done, but to adapt those principles. So local leadership is very essential, trust, especially a clear narrative that everyone can understand and get behind, and then partnerships and practical projects that we're trying to do with UCP. I think, if I'm being careful with the colleagues in the room, with Liverpool is probably an example for us in the UK, and as a long-term recovery challenge, post-war in the UK was heavily damaged, but then consequently also later was post-industrial decline that followed, and this wasn't solved quickly. I think the renaissance that's taken place since, and this is where we got involved about 30 years ago, was actually trying to rebuild the trust between the people and the government. which would be severely declined. And then through that, developing infrastructure, public realm, partnerships to make that a reality. So I think for me, the lesson is probably the early choices really matter. If recovery is treated only as a short-term repair, cities can lock in problems for the long term that can last for generations. But if the short-term actions are connected to a longer-term vision, and I think again this was mentioned today, then that recovery can become a foundation for transformation. So if I could say recovery is local, very much so, it has to be connected with the local people in place. It's interconnected, so communities, where they live, they work, and educated, healthcare, and so on, but also requires delivery alongside the planning. So people need to believe it can happen. I think ultimately that the small and medium cities, individually they're quite small, but collectively they make up a greater part of Ukraine. And they house people, they connect people, they employ people. And then so if we can help to support cities like Ukraine, Korosten in Ukraine, then I think those secondary cities are not just part of Ukraine's recovery, I think they're probably essential to it.
Thank you. And Nicolas, a final question for you. Autodesk is a multinational company and you have a global network of users, people who use your software, from architects to students and others. And you have been thinking about engaging this network of users in helping train and build capacity in Ukraine. Could you say a bit more about what this could look like?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, we are trying to make an impact. And when we saw the war in Ukraine and in about 2024, so about 2 years ago, we were scratching our heads and we were trying to think, how can we make an impact at scale? Because it's not like Notre Dame, it's like one big complicated project, or Fukushima urgency to protect the power plant and things like that. How can we help the small cities, what we call the long tail of cities that have hundreds of thousands of homes that were destroyed, or thousands of kilometers and bridges, and the idea was to do what we call crowdsourcing for design, or crowd design, and leverage our users around the world to donate their time. And basically we have a platform to keep it simple and non-technical. But if there is a general contractor today that's going to build a project, these general contractors are looking for subcontractors, electrical, plumbing, etc. So what we are going to do, we are going to repurpose this platform and make it available for all public and private owners, maybe just public owners in Ukraine, where they would say, hey, I need a bridge, for this river, or I need a school for, 200 kids. So the public owners, could enter what they want, and then we will reach out to, our millions and many millions of users, and they can just enter what they are willing to help. So if you're an architect in the UK specialized in prefabricated school, you can say, hey, I do these schools all day long, I can allocate my resources and provide this type of things. So basically, it's like a matchmaking platform between owners, public and private owners that need help to rebuild Ukraine, and architects, engineers, and contractors from around the world that are willing to donate their time and energy and expertise. So that's the idea. The other thing is we live in a global world, and today, it means there's collaboration. Maybe there will be an architect in Japan, or an engineer in Brazil, or very far away, and we have collaborative platforms, cloud collaborative platforms where people can work together from different areas around these 3D models, and as we do that, folks in Ukraine, will be able to collaborate in 3D around these models, and design and build digitally before you build physically, right? So you can anticipate all the problems. You build only once. You don't need to build and rebuild because you made mistakes during construction. So that's kind of the concept we want to do. And through this, we also need to think about the future of Ukraine and the industry, the architecture, engineering, and construction industry. And we can upskill, the people, the industry in Ukraine that's still using 40 years old technology sometimes to design. So we can also bring this generation to the latest and greatest, and thinking about artificial intelligence to help them accelerate the work they do. Maybe it was a long answer.
No, that was great. And we still have a little bit of time, so maybe I can just follow up on that. You mentioned earlier when we spoke before the panel that you actually have some data on how many users you have in Ukraine. Maybe you want to say a bit more about that?
Yeah, there's about 100,000 users in Ukraine of our software. And right now, so we see a slight decline, since the beginning of the war. Some are more, some are less, but there's a slight decline. Maybe it was 20,000 more before 2022, February 2022. But we can see Autodesk has multiple generations of software. We have, a product called AutoCAD. Maybe you heard that name. It's pretty popular product, but it's still we created that product 43 years ago. It's like 2D drawings, right? So it was great at the time, but now there's a lot better. And there's 3D technology, and you saw some of this technology here that allows you to really simulate all conditions for a road, a factory, a building, everything you want. It's called BIM software, Building Information Modeling Software. It's a process, very modern, and then there are cloud solutions, and we are in the beginning of providing AI as well. But we see in Ukraine that 1 in 7 professionals, architects, engineers, they still use the new technology, but 6 out of 7 use the old stuff, right? And we need them to use the new thing, so they would be more productive, efficient. They will provide more sustainable assets and create resilient structures for the future.
Great, thank you. We have a few minutes left, so if there are questions from the audience, we'd be happy to take 1 or 2 questions. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, in the back.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here, and I'd like to say thank you very much to all those people who were preparing that great event. And I'm representative of a village community, and I think on that first photo, UPC, there is missing one very important title, village communities. As I have told, Brusili village community situated just 85 kilometers from our capital, maybe will be just suburban territory in 10 years. And we also want to be part of your great community. And we have had many times that small projects are not, that big companies do not deal with small projects. And you know that village communities are the basis of Ukraine as agricultural country. And you can imagine, I hope that with a city budget, with a village budget, it's very often problematic to think of and to build just a swimming pool. But we have projects, and we are standing, and we go on living and dreaming of great things. And maybe just taking the opportunity, I would like to say that we have 43 hectares of free land in our general plan. And not everyone, not every mayor can boast of that. Just being 80 kilometers from Kyiv, just 20 kilometers to the nearest.
I'm going to stop you there. Thank
Oh.
you. But thank you for your comments and your input. It's inspiring. We are working with smaller cities in this project with a population of up to 100,000. So our pilot city, Korosten, actually includes the surrounding villages. It's the Hromada of Korosten. So we, indirectly, also work with
Okay,
villages.
thank you. But we are waiting for the investors.
Yeah, thank you. So we've come to the end of this session, and we will be staying at the city level. And I'm now going to hand it over to my great colleague Nadim Useinov, who's a program manager for UCP, the project that we spoke about. And he will be chairing the next session on the role of cities in civil preparedness, what European cities can learn from their counterparts in Ukraine, and also how civil preparedness can help build a civic strength.
Yes, hello everyone. Yeah, my name is Nadim Useinov, and I'm a program manager with the GMF, German Marshall Fund. And it's my pleasure today to moderate our next panel titled From Civil Protection to Civic Strength. I will maybe introduce our distinguished speakers. They are all here. Please welcome Natalia Andreychuk, who is Executive Director at International Resilience Alliance. Konstantin Chizhik is a partner and head of government relations and public advocacy at Human Partners. And last but not least, Linda Ozola, member of Riga City Council and former deputy mayor of Riga in 2020-2025. Welcome. So thank you for joining. I was going to, as a entry remarks, start with saying that Ukraine has been courageously defending itself for more than 4 years. But then I stopped, and I actually realized that it would be a lie, because Ukraine is in this situation. Ukraine is fighting its defensive war for 13 years now. It all started in 2014, which means a lot of pain, a lot of suffer, but also it means a lot of experience, a lot of strength, and a lot of power that Ukrainians are bringing today and are sharing with us. Of course, it was not prepared. I mean, Ukraine was not prepared for such a war. It's a brutal attack, right? But it seems to me that defensive war is something no country can ever be prepared like 100% for. Nevertheless, Ukrainians are standing up. Ukrainians are gathering and developing some, capabilities, and also implementing some innovative solutions they can share with others. But the question is, would this all have been possible without the resilience of society and local governments? What role did they play in maintaining the state's ability to perform its functions by delivering public services and protecting citizens from threats? Have local governments, and cities in particular, benefited from the decentralization reform? That is also an important question, how it impacts the resilience, and what is the role of local authorities in countering disinformation and propaganda spread by the enemy today? Well, the answer, of course, appears to be complex, and we also should emphasize the role of volunteers who, at critical moments, took responsibility for the states upon themselves. These are millions of Ukrainian volunteers who took this responsibility when the state was temporarily dysfunctional. We all remember that moment. In this context, of course, somewhat a philosophical question arises. what is more important? The ability of the state to, and local governments obviously, to protect the population, or the preparedness of citizens to face unpredictable threats, including, as I mentioned, in situation when the government institutions are not able to function effectively. This is what I would like to discuss with our today's distinguished panelists. We will hear from different perspectives and learn from experiences that can be both inspiring and practically relevant for other cities and communities. So I'll begin with a question for Konstantin Chizhik. How do you practically keep a city operational when it's been constantly attacked, when it's been constantly targeted by missiles and drones? Because these critical services, critical infrastructure are essential for urban resilience. How what are other elements of this other than critical infrastructure and critical services of the urban resilience, in your opinion, based on Ukrainian experiences?
First of all, hi everyone, and thank you for being here. Thank you for great moderation and fantastic question. Quick answer to your question is you don't get really...
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First quick point to that, you don't really get the resiliency out of nothing. You either get prepared, we didn't, or you get that through experience, as we did. So maybe if I may reframe that question, what could other cities and other communities, especially here in Europe, learn from mistakes that we made? So mistake number one that we made, you absolutely correctly said that it was not in 2022 when Russia first invaded Ukraine. It was 10 years before that, or roughly, 8 years before that. So while some cities suffered dramatically since 2014, some parts of Ukraine really didn't feel that much that the war was going. So when it really kicked in 2022, crucial role was played by the decentralization, yes, from the administrative standpoint, but even more importantly, and this is something that is particularly important for our European colleagues, is the mentality and the mindset of people within the local communities. Simple way to describe this is in one word: responsibility. What we see a lot here in Europe, that a lot of authorities on the local level tend to push their responsibility for the well-being of their communities to the central level as long as security or protection or defense-related issues are concerned, which might be a good strategy, kind of made sense. But we in Ukraine learned the hard way that it's much better to have a very incentivized and very flexible and very resilient local authorities with personal responsibilities of the mayors, the heads of gromadas, and most importantly, people themselves to get engaged. So of course we can talk in more technical details about the energy infrastructure, the water supply, whether it's electricity or energy production or distribution, or the networks, whether the internet or telephone or others, whether it's roads or bridges or hospitals. But again, in a nutshell, it still boils down to a preparedness factor, which is a mental construct and a belief of either I am in danger and I need to get prepared, or I'm comfortable and I know that even if danger comes, or even if instability comes, I'll be able to deal with that. Ukrainians did not have the first one, but did have the second. So as much as we were not prepared systemically, we were pretty confident that if there's an issue, we're going to deal with that. We developed the second one throughout decades of history and cultural issues with being managed by bigger empires and countries, so we didn't have much of authority, much of respect towards authority. So once somebody said that, well, this network was destroyed or this hospital was damaged, so we need a year, half a year, a month, whatever, to reconstruct it, we said, okay, hold my beer, I'm gonna do it in 2 days. Because we had this like challenging mindset. So what Europe potentially might learn from that, and that's something that we potentially, not even potentially, practically can propose, is the full turnkey solution on the lessons that we learn. So what we also do as an organization, we provide those services of selling the Ukrainian expertise in a good way so that other European countries and communities on a local level can prepare it, starting from the risk assessment and up to the post-implementation. And last but not the least, I'll make a separate huge stress on the mental capacity and the mental resilience of people. Because ultimately, in the end of the day, you could have the best technology solution providers, you can have the best equipment, but if the people themselves, the end users and the operators of those equipment are not ready mentally, it's all going to go to waste. So bottom line here, mental preparedness and personal responsibility are of utmost importance, and then after that, getting your technical teams going through the critical infrastructure preparedness, working with the network providers, working with the energy companies, with the hospitals, with the key entities, and learning on the mistakes that we did, and not believing in the comfortable at the beginning, but hurtful at the long run idea that somebody else will gonna take care of it. They won't, unless you do it.
Yeah, thank you. I also like this answer because you sort of answered my philosophical question at the beginning. What is more important, civil protection or civic preparedness? And I have a feeling that you sort of tried to, based on Ukrainian experiences, say that it was civil preparedness first, mental preparedness, readiness to stand up against these threats, and then the state and the municipalities follow this example of the society, right? That's inspirational, and I actually share this observation very much. But still, there are municipalities and there are cities, and there has been an effect of decentralization reform in Ukraine. And Natalia, I'm looking at you because I'm going to ask a question related to your work with local municipalities. You are working with them directly. How do you evaluate the current state of readiness, preparedness, experience of local municipalities, of Ukrainian municipalities, cities? And there's one more thing or layer of this question, which is related to disinformation and misinformation, because disinformation and misinformation targets and actually threatens Ukrainian local residents equally, right? It's not only about Kyiv, other large cities that are targeted by the enemy's disinformation efforts, but also local small municipalities. So how do you think the cities are ready today to stand under ongoing constant attacks, right? In practice, how do you evaluate this readiness and experience? And also, is this actually their role to also deal with disinformation and misinformation?
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much, first of all, for having me here. I have been present the whole day, and I should say that all the panelists were great, and all the information, the insights I got, they are very, very useful and fantastic. First of all, I should say about resilience. I would like to mention that actually there are three words, key words, that reflect it: absorb, adapt, and transform. It means that resilience is not just surviving. It is taking this experience, preparing or making conclusions, and then use it to be stronger, to become better prepared for the next, layer of the fight, taking into account Ukraine and so on. I can't say that our local communities didn't have any instructions for the crisis. In fact, they had the thick binders of instructions in the case of wildfire, floods, some kind of weather disasters and so on. But when the war started, it never was used because this was the other type of crisis. And in this very first hour, it became very useful that you mentioned the decentralization which took place in 2014, because this helped very much with the avoiding, so to say, vertical model of decisions, and it became horizontal. And of course, it took lots of responsibilities, and it took lots of efforts for every head of the Gromada to make decisions. And I should also mention that in Ukraine, we have more than 1,400 Gromadas. All of them are absolutely different, starting with a geographical position and finishing with the population and everything, and the budgeting and finance and everything. And every Gromada has its own task and its own way how to be resilient and how to stay, sorry for being so direct, alive in these conditions. And the local communities, the heads of the Gromadas, they understood that their task was to managing goals, not the procedures. And what was very important is to make correct decisions, and decisions in minutes, not in weeks. Of course, it was extremely hard, and they had lots of difficulties. And now, for years, they have learned how to do it, and they can share this experience or sell this experience in the better understanding what I mean. And in this way, I should say that our current assessment is we have developed and tested the capability. Each Gromada has its own capability, which can be used and can be useful in this particular situation. I would like also to to mention one more thing. You can be prepared for the crisis, whatever it is, in a minute or at the beginning of the crisis. A great job should be done beforehand. And this should be a part of the community's DNA, that preparedness for the crisis, for the armed conflict, should be within the people, everyone who is involved in Gromada or in the community. In this case, we are talking not only the equipment, we are talking about people, we are talking about responsibilities, we are talking about arrangements which come beforehand, before the crisis occurs. So this is the main point which I would like to mention. And another part of the question is about disinformation and propaganda. Well, we have actually two pillars which is responsible for this issue, I mean on the national level. The Center of Countering Disinformation under the National Security and Defense Council, and Media Literacy Development Strategy, which actually lead all the authorities how to fight propaganda. But actually, the real action is from our local authorities. In this case, I would like to mention a model to follow, which was done by our President Zelensky, who came every evening with the short videos just to calm down the people and to, for them to be sure that they are not alone and they are supported. And, in this way, I would like to mention three things. The first thing is action, but not perfection. For example, one of our heads of the communities, Zavodska community in Ternopil region, the mayor said that she understood that in the evening she had to go with the short videos for the community, for the people, just to share what is being done and to calm down the population. This was not professional. This was not perfect. This was just human, The second thing is honesty. Even if there are some things which are problematic, but you should share with it honestly with the population. In this case, this will not be just, a bubble of perfection where we live and everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay in one condition, if we do one first and the second. And the third is human network is the biggest and the most trustful thing, because when we can use mobile phone if the electricity is on, we use like all the nets if the infrastructure is working. But if we have some problems, in this case, the trusted people, the authorities, work as the speakers and as the the people who are informing others. I'm talking about, for example, school principals, or even like shop assistants in the small shops, or local authority people, or village elders. So those people who are trusted and to whom people can can believe. In this case, I would like to say that informational resilience is a part of civil protection, not a separate direction next to it. And this is a part which, whether we want it or not, but local authorities, including people who live in the Gramadas, they are involved, and they are somehow build this system up.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually quite interesting, and in the context of my next question to you, Linda, because you are a local decision maker, right? Local policy maker, maybe a better word, and you are a former executive officer as well. So you have these two perspectives. You have been criticizing, and you have been criticized both, right? So you have been in two places already. That's important, because my question is to you is how and why maybe it is so important that cities collaborate. Baltics are now at the front line of this potential threat coming from the east, right? And this threat is not crisis, it's not challenges. It has a very concrete word for it, right? It's war. It's what Ukraine is already facing, and let's be honest with each other, Baltics are facing this threat and are afraid of it very much. And with regard to this, they have been preparing for it. They have been adapting their laws, evolving, preparing their citizen, right, to potential threats and how to face them effectively, and how to, first of all, maybe mitigate, or sort of like, make sure that we show our readiness to the level that the enemy will not have enough courage to attack, for example, right, or provoke. So why is it so important that cities in this context cooperate directly? What are the experiences of Riga, right, and Riga's civil protection preparedness, and how these policies, or how this preparedness have evolved since, I don't know, last couple of years? What is your take on this?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. So I come from Riga, the capital city of Latvia, one of the Baltic countries. And indeed, if we look at all the European Union at the moment, so we are not in a situation, of course, as Ukraine is. Nevertheless, if we analyze these threats, from cyber threats, incidents of on our external borders, attacks on our public officials, on our society, misinformation and disinformation, except for conventional warfare, we can tick all the boxes, and we are at war with Russia, except for conventional warfare. That being said, just in the recent months, we have had several incidents of drones crossing the borders of the Baltic states. And, well, the audience should know maybe as well that in May, one not really a serious incident, drone incident in the eastern part of Latvia led to dismissal of the Minister of Defense, which was followed by resignation of our government. So we have a very new government at the moment. So this is the background against we are functioning as a society. So we have immediate understanding of this threat, which maybe is not the case in the western part of the European Union, because you don't have just the common border with our enemy. And but when we prepare, and we do prepare on all levels, we have clear understanding on the political level, also in the society at large, that we have to invest in our security, civil defense, protection, readiness, resilience, and there is a demand for that as well in the society, so it's quite easy to take these decisions. So if you ask why cities, well, because the cities can deliver results, speedy results. It is the speed, that's one thing. Most of our people live in the cities. Well, it's the case for Latvia, it's the case for Lithuania and Estonia as well. So if cities are prepared, so we take care of most of our citizens, definitely. We are closest to people and we can deliver tangible results because municipalities, local governments, we are executive power. So whatever the government decides, they need us to deliver results. I mean, that is the executive on the ground, which has the instruments, the hands, the eyes, the ears, the mouth, all the a lot of communication channels. So whatever national level decides, if you want to deliver, if you want to, when the Ukrainian refugees came in 2022, it was the local governments who delivered and organized the acceptance of refugees on a mass scale. So, and the same for preparedness activities and civil protection activities at the moment. Why cities on a regional level should collaborate? I think it was the Danish colleague in one of the previous panels who spoke about deterrence, and this is also something I speak about. As much as we invest in our readiness and prepare our citizens mentally, as Konstantin said, it is a signal to our enemy. I mean, we are not gonna give up. Don't you even dare thinking attacking us because we will fight back. And splitting is one of the tools that Russia uses. They want to split all the societies, local levels and national levels, different ethnic groups, countries in between them, capitals and smaller cities. If you look Baltic region, so Latvia against Lithuania or against Estonia. So splitting is their warfare tool. So what we do, we respond with the opposite. We show that we are united. We might disagree. I mean, like Ukraine and Poland disagrees on certain things. Baltic countries, in between them, we disagree on certain things, but not when it comes to our common security. We are very well aware how interlinked we are and interdependent we are. So demonstrating unity, not only in words, but also in deeds, in practical steps, is our response, what our enemy doesn't want. And how I know that this is so serious. So when I was deputy mayor and I started to develop civil protection system from scratch back in February 2022, so when we invested in activities that were informing our society and equipping them with real practical tools on how to act in crisis situations, how to respond to like military threats, and organize their daily lives. And also when we established this and signed the Memorandum of Understanding between the capital cities, the amount of attacks on social media and all different kind of channels criticizing me and my team and the Riga municipality for doing this, it was abnormous. Really, it's you can't compare to any other informative steps that I did during my work to the way I was attacked on social media when we invested in exactly consolidating our society and equipping with tools for readiness. So if that's something, if it is something that our enemy doesn't like, it is the right thing to do, definitely. And I wanted to also reflect a little bit on this. You mentioned decentralization of authority in decision making, which is system in Ukraine or something you had to face. And I think, and then you asked also, what is more important, local governments or people? And it is kind of asking which leg is more important, the right one or the left one. I suppose both of them.
Which one is like more functional, stronger?
We should ask football players, huh? What they think about that.
Association is ongoing the football camp.
But of course, again, the background is different in Ukraine because Ukraine had to act and react when the crisis was there already, out on the streets. We, the rest of the European countries, we are in a situation where we see threat. For us, it's more immediate because we have external border, a common border with Russia. For other countries, a little bit further away. But anyway, we see the threat, but we still have to, shall we say, we still have to help in certain situations our society to understand that there is a threat and they should get prepared. What I observed very often was like, many people would say, we want to be informed what we have to do in a crisis situation. We have provided lots and lots of information. In 2024 and 25, we spent as a municipality 2 years in organizing really very broad cycle of informative and educative seminars, online, in person, throughout different neighborhoods in Riga. And it is all available, people can study them. So there's a lot of resources. Nevertheless, people say, we want to be informed, so could you please inform me? It's like, if you want to be informed, you have to do something to be informed. I mean, the resources are there, so it means it is the question of motivation. So why should I do that? And then a year ago, and I have a data, we had also polling comparing Riga, Tallinn and Vilnius, on obstacles, why people do not prepare. And it was interesting that a year ago, so without these drone incidents, when we see the drones crossing our border, so a year ago people say it's difficult, 35% say it's difficult to think about it. It's just difficult to think about it. And 41% in Riga said they don't feel the need or there's lack of threat. It is my educated guess that this number would go down now because we have seen quite a number of incidents. But let's keep in mind that 1/3 of population says it's difficult to think about it. So it is the question of how to psychologically work with people to get this motivation up and not being afraid. So what we as politicians do and what we say is we are not afraid. What we are investing in our preparedness, and it means both infrastructure and human resources and our people, it is to deter. It is to show that we will not give up and let it not even happen.
Yeah, that's an interesting dilemma. It's a question of how to tell the truth to citizens, right? Especially authorities are facing this dilemma by not being accused of spreading panic. And this balance is sometimes very heavy to achieve, and it leads directly to the question, to answer to the question of being prepared, right, or being able to deter the enemy. First, you have to realize and be aware of the threat, or the scale of the threat. Yeah, we are running out of time, but I still have a follow-up question because I liked how relevant and practical your answers were. I want to take them even to the next level, high level of being practical, by asking you how can, we are at URC. Here, governments are meeting to discuss how they can cooperate, right, on rebuilding Ukraine. But how can cities in the Baltic states, in Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, cooperate or support each other with Ukrainian municipalities on a day-to-day basis? Do you see this opportunities? Maybe this is already happening.
Oh, it is happening with all the resources that we have at our disposal. I mean, from very practical, we have a cooperation, Chernihiv region, which is a cooperation region for Latvia. But we, as a capital city, also cooperate with Kiev. So it is all the practical support in helping developing the shelters, which is the immediate infrastructure needed in the education institutions, sharing the resources like with generators, etc., with you. But then again, what I think is very important, like Nordic countries were the ones that helped the Baltic states to integrate in the European Union, in the second part of the 90s, in the beginning of the 21st century. So this is something we're offering also to our friends in Ukraine, and we're inviting, for example, civil servants from Ukrainian municipalities just to show what European Union is, how it functions, because you will join the EU one day, I'm sure. So, but getting prepared and getting this mindset in the public governance, the way Europe thinks, we have been through it. I know it takes time. So this is very important. And of course, what we do is also supporting the children with rehabilitation. We do it as much as we can, because that's the future. Whenever they come to visit Riga City Council, that's what I say. You are the next decision makers, so we have to support the future of Ukraine.
Thanks. This is what Riga, Latvia, or Baltic states, or Poland as well, are doing to support Ukrainian municipalities, sharing their experiences of European integration and so on. And my question, again, follow-up question to this answer to my Ukrainian colleagues would be, then, what do you think Ukrainian municipalities and cities can share in exchange? And what are they already sharing? What experiences, other than just being, strong and admired, obviously? But what practical experiences can they share? Maybe Natalia and then Kostya.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to reflect. I was thinking about my feelings when I came up. I went actually downstairs from the second floor and heard the explosions. And I couldn't believe that several days ago I was told to get ready this, kit with all the necessary documents and everything. And this was the ostrich approach, I would say, when, you want to hide your head in the sand and you can't believe that it's going to happen with you. And in this case, I absolutely agree with Konstantin, because we have been living in this situation, in this space for 8 years already, and we knew what is Russia capable of doing, because it had already taken the Crimea and occupied it part of Donetsk region. And in this very case, I couldn't believe that it could happen with me. That's why, now, more than ever before, I understand this this saying, "Si vis pacem para bellum." If you want peace, get ready for the war. And this is how everything is like. I believe that the experience Ukraine has, practical experience that cities and villages of Ukraine have, this is the most valuable thing which we can share with our European colleagues. And one more thing, our, this twin city or twin community projects, they are extremely important for our gramadas and for our heads of gramadas, because they can share the protocols. For example, I'm extremely practical now. They can share the protocols of how to react in the first hours of the crisis. On the other hand, the European communities can share the NATO standards and everything, because they are a part of the NATO. This is much better. This cannot happen in one day or just like that. This is a pre-prepared relations and friendship between two exact people who are responsible for the population and for the people who live in their gramadas. And I absolutely believe that the feedback and the effectiveness of this cooperation will be absolutely useful for both sides, for the European side and for the Ukrainian side.
Konstantin, what would be this one thing that the mayor of Riga could implement, based on Ukrainian experiences of resilience and standing up against military aggression tomorrow? You can choose not to answer directly because I know it's a tricky question.
Well, I'll go for the two things, and that's not specifically for Riga, but pretty much for most of the European towns. First, honesty. When I say honesty, following up on what you guys just said, when you name a threat, psychologically, it's not so dreadful anymore. You're not going to be that much afraid of it once you really identify what it is. So instead of being afraid as an official, and again, I am a former official. I spent around 10 years in the government, and I know how it feels to potentially be afraid of criticism publicly. But instead of being afraid of that, you might really name a real threat that is outside. And by doing that, even if you will be criticized, you will then automatically decrease the pressure by actually getting prepared, as you rightfully did back in your hometown. The second part that goes from the first one is responsibility, but in a different framing. I would frame it as ability to respond. Responsibility as ability to respond. We have our challenges. We didn't respond to them in a timely manner, but what we're sharing right now and what we are willing to share even more is energy infrastructure protection, starting from the technical regulations and the crisis response scenarios up to the final implementation stages. If you have your regulations drafted in 1980s, throw them in the trash. What we've seen in the last several months, even in the Middle East, with one of the most sophisticated and advanced armies on the planet, they're not necessarily as effective or as developed against the modern threats as they believed they were even several years ago. What it means for the mayor of Riga or any other town, if you have your manuals or your crisis response team prepared a material even several years ago, it might not necessarily, or most likely, they are not necessarily up to date. Rethink that and do the same not only in the energy, do that in the critical logistical, port, roads, other infrastructure, hospitals, network, satellites, and last but not the least, mentally and countering propaganda. And again, as that was my initial background, what I was doing, well, before it became popular to fight Russians, I was like doing counter-Russian propaganda in 2013, 2014, working for the EU Commission. Most important part here is look deep in the real subconscious level beliefs that people are sharing, because the reasons ultimately the Russians are challenging Europeans are very similar to the reasons why Europeans are voting for far-right populists. It might not necessarily be obvious, but bear with me for 30 seconds. I would only attack someone if I believe that that person or group of people might feel themselves as victims. And this self-victimization is a very pre-basis for a vote for a far-right populist or any populist for that matter, who could become, in the minds of that person who feels themselves as a victim, who might become as a compensation for feeling not enough or weak or you name it. So when I vote, quote unquote, for a strong leader or a person who appears to be so, I'm just trying to overcompensate for this inner belief that I'm not enough, that I'm not heard, not felt, you name it. So really work at the deeper level instead of trying to mitigate the symptoms, go to the root cause of the disease. And ultimately, that is not only about getting prepared against towards the Russian aggression or anything from externally, but most importantly, it's about being more prepared to all of the other potential challenges and changes that are yet to come in the future with AI and other things.
Thanks. What a conversation. Yeah, I'm going to take one short comment or question from the audience, if any. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself, please.
Zarina Zabriskie. Thank you. I'm Zarina Zabriskie. I'm an American journalist based in Kherson. And I have a very practical question. Also, I want to thank you. It was like a panel on fire, pun intended. But I deal constantly with the necessity to report, as they call it, the horrors and show the reality, because I report from the front lines. And then saying the situation like this forum where the investors need to be well, not lured, but invited to come and invest in these very much sites of horror. And of course, I will be reporting, because I'm a reporter, what I see. But what is possibly an angle or a frame that politicians would be wanting to put on it to still get this beautiful future in the investments?
Yeah, that's a question which requires 2 hours to be responded, right? But we have only 1 minute. Who wants to take it? Who wants to take this responsibility to fit it in 1 minute?
Let me be the bravest. Again, I want to pay your attention to what Ukraine has been doing. We have been living in war for 4 years. And those people who come to Kiev, by the way, I'm just remembering who told it. And of course, it was Mr. Howard Buffett. He said that if you want to show up and if you want to support Ukraine, come to Ukraine. Show the world that Ukraine exists, that Ukraine fights, and you stand with Ukraine. And those people who come, of course, they suffer from the sirens as well as all the Ukrainians do. But nevertheless, they can't but admire our railway station, which comes timely, admire our delivery service, which works no matter what siren is around and what kind of weapon is heading us. And how could we live without this, without our tremendous people, without our people whom I proud to be a part of, one of them, because we are making the reality.
Thank you. Thanks. Final comment from Linda.
Very brief. I wanted to use the word, do not be afraid. Let us not be afraid. Let's just do our job, what we have to do in the most beautiful part of the world. I mean, I love Europe, the continent that we are part of. We can't move Europe anywhere. So let's not be afraid protecting it. And if I have to take a lesson for politicians or any decision makers from today, having heard all the previous panels, do not postpone. We should not postpone. We have procrastinated some things already, also in my country and my city. I admit that. Let's not postpone.
Yeah, thank you. That's very positive. My takeaway is to just briefly sum this up. That Ukraine certainly has cards, but most importantly, Ukraine has friends. And this is a very positive conclusion. And with this conclusion, I'd like to pass the mic to my colleague Philip Bednarczyk, who is our Warsaw office director, for his closing panel. And I thank you for the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Nadim, and thank you to the troopers who are still here with us for the last conversation. With a hard stop at 6:10, we're all invited. For those of you who are not able to or don't feel like walking, there will be buses provided for a reception hosted by the mayor of Gdańsk with some other special guests. As Nadim mentioned, my name is Philip Bednarczyk. I'm the relatively new Warsaw office director for the GMF after spending some time in Washington and Congress and trying to foster, think of creative ideas for political, military, economic support for Ukraine. And then I said, why not Poland? And then do some of that similar good trouble and think about things from a different angle from my new position here in Warsaw. With us today is a fine panel, also folks who go beyond their positions right now, are also, as Nadim mentioned, friends of Ukraine and absolutely capable of thinking creatively and using some of their previous experience to help us think, maybe lift up some rocks that we don't think of, scratch behind some services that we don't think of as well, and end this day that took us for a nice journey. Mr. Garnowski from Credo Bank, based in Lviv, does a lot of work on Polish investments in Ukraine as well. Also a friend of the GMF office in Warsaw. Thank you for coming today. And Mr. Verma thank you for joining us as well from MasterCard, and also for your previous work in supporting Ukraine at high levels at the State Department and previous administration, and for your CODEL in 2005 as well, your first trip to Ukraine. Let's go for it. Rich, I'm going to go with you because you traveled the furthest to come here, and I'll sit down. You led an immense U.S. government push for Ukraine in quite choppy waters, with good news stories on the economic front, the war front as well, with congressional support as well. And we tossed around words like resilience, recovery. What does that definition mean to you based on your work, and how do you fold that into some of your job now at MasterCard based on your experience? And then I'll go over to you, Mr. Karanowski, to give us a Polish angle. Thank you for coming once again.
No, thank you so much for organizing this. In my previous role, I was Deputy Secretary of State for Management and Resources. I also took over the Special Envoy for Ukraine Reconstruction role from Secretary Penny Pritzker. So I spent a lot of time on the ground in Ukraine, and we did mobilize a lot of assets in support of a really urgent need at the start of the war, through the middle of the conflict. But as President Zelensky and many members of the Ukrainian leadership said, the rebuilding cannot wait until after the conflict is over. The needs are present today, and yes, there are urgent needs tied to the war, but there are also investment needs to help rebuild this country. And that, I feel very proud to be part of that story, not only in the government, but also at a company like MasterCard. Because one thing you see, when I spent half my career in the government, you see what government can do well. It can set policy, it can operate at scale, can provide security, but there's a lot of things that it can't do well. It doesn't innovate. It doesn't do research. It doesn't deliver last mile services to people who really need it. So it really has been, I think, a very excellent example of public-private partnership. You can look at housing, you can look at cybersecurity, you can look at banking, you can look at financial services in the payments industry. Obviously with the war machine and what's been required to defend the Ukrainian people. So this has been, it takes both sides. It takes the public sector and it takes the private sector, and that's what I've seen. And I think we've done it remarkably well because of the incredible courage, bravery, and sacrifice demonstrated by the Ukrainian people, and because of the incredible support provided by neighboring countries, provided by allies and partners. And you just see what the people in Poland, for example, did to take in 1.5 million refugees into their homes, didn't ask any questions, and embraced them and supported them. And again, a company like MasterCard, I met with 3 Ukrainian women yesterday who started small businesses, running a kindergarten, doing events for kids, being a hairdresser for special needs children. They couldn't have done it without the investment that the private sector provided. We were glad to be a part of that. So it takes both of us to really pull this off.
The tango, yeah, amen. Thank you for that. Jakub, you're intimately involved with some of these solutions, or pointing people towards these solutions, but with profit and interests in mind. And could you please tell us about some of your stories? I alluded to some rocks that we're trying to uncover, different spaces and opportunities that we're trying to think about. Tell us a story or two about where we should look and where we should start to think about the next chapter of this war while we recover and rebuild at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Phil, here. I based in Lviv. I'm the CEO of Credo Bank, which is a Ukrainian bank owned by PKO Bank Polski, which is the host, first of all, of today's dinner, together with the city of Gdańsk, but also the largest commercial bank in Poland. And before I joined Credo Bank, I was a supervisory board member in Ukrzheleznica and Ukrposhta since 2018. So I've spent a little bit of time in Kiev. Then in 2024, I moved to Lviv. And what can I say? I know really the war from various, in basically all phases it went through. but also from various angles, like going to Kherson by the first train to victory in November 2022. And also now from the banking sector, and my observations, I think what I can share with you, perhaps something which is other than your usual stuff, if I may, is that for example, from macro perspective, from banking perspective, Ukraine is doing really well. I mean, it's like at the front line. No one really expected in February 2022 that after 4 years and a half, we will be where we are, and Leningradsky Oblast and Petersburg will be attacked, and Moscow will be attacked, and places far away from Ukraine will be attacked because of the inventions of Ukrainians, but also on the macro sector, monetary policy sector, the ability to generate profit for the banks. We are doing very well, and it's because also of the very professional monetary policy, for example, of NBU, National Bank of Ukraine, and of course it wouldn't be possible without the help, assistance from the outside. But this is something which is, again, I wouldn't predict it 5 years ago or 4 years ago.
Yeah, Rich, Jakub painted a picture, a positive one of the macroeconomic situation in Ukraine. What's in it for MasterCard? How do you pitch that to the MasterCard folks? The economic case. I'm comfortable in talking about the economic case, the political case, but there's a good reason to be here in Poland and Ukraine.
Look, we have
today and tomorrow. So
look, we have a great team in Ukraine. It's a big team. It's growing. The economy is actually growing. The investment climate has been positive. The reforms taken by the government have been helpful. There's obviously more to do. You know, when I look at the sectors that we've been involved in beyond core payments, for example, we've signed the Digital Country Partnership Agreement with the government of Ukraine. It's got 4 critical pillars to it. It's got a financial inclusion pillar, bring more people into the digital economy. It's got a transportation and tourism pillar. How do we make the travel and tourism cashless experience and seamless experience for people? It has a cybersecurity component to it, which is critical given the threats that Ukraine is facing. It's one of the most attacked infrastructures in the world in the cyber domain. And as a company, we've invested nearly $13 billion in cybersecurity solutions globally just over the last 5 or 6 years, which is more than most countries have invested. So we are happy to deploy those tools and work with our Ukrainian colleagues. And then fourth, we're focused on digitization. You know, how do the government services improve through more digital kind of interaction? We've also got an additional cyber MOU. So we are doing a lot. There's a lot of need. And we are very happy to be there and supporting people, yes, during a time of need, but we are there for the long term, and we are there to support, I think, a great economic story. We'll get through a very challenging period here for the people and for the region, and I think there's a very strong case for Ukraine's economic future, and we're going to be very proud to be a part of that.
Yeah, Kuba, I'd like to, if you'd like to respond to that, or with any comments that Rich made, but also I'm going to ask a little about some of the hurdles that still remain. I know the hurdles change and they evolve as the war evolves and as our ideas evolve, and try to support Ukraine in the space. But if you'd like to respond to what Rich said and perhaps talk about some of the hurdles that still remain out there, whether it be imagined or real, and then I'll ask if anybody has a question.
One
or
thing
two.
to comment is cybersecurity. We are,
Yeah.
we are a relatively small bank, but cybersecurity is that what we can teach our mother company, PKO Bank Polski, because we are on the front line as well. So basically, this is something which will bring to the group our perspective, because again, Ukraine is here, they're at the front line.
Yeah. And a word on any hurdles, either real or imagined, to getting Polish money into Ukraine, or Poles even interested in investing in Ukraine, not necessarily showing up with the money, but interested.
Well, from my perspective, the biggest kind of hurdles is demographic, and the fact that we are not, it's very difficult to find people, for specific jobs, specific position at the bank, and it's visible. And also from the perspective of the potential investments, I have a kind of the acid test for that. This is who I see at the breakfast in Kiev Intercontinental at 7 a.m. in the morning. And I remember this is how I also observed the phases of war. I remember 23, which was very optimistic year. And not the last time, but one of the last time I was there, it was May the 8th, which was Friday. It was not breakfast, it was rather closer to dinner, but believe me or not, from 5 p.m. to around 8 p.m. I was waiting in Kiev Intercontinental for a train to Lviv, not to wait in this fancy VIP room at Kiev Passagerski. So there was just one person who came. There was a pianist, like in Casablanca movie, playing, and just me and one guy. And I thought it was Friday, May, so perhaps a lot of people left, but no one was there. So this is not an optimistic sign that people are not coming to Lviv. And I don't see too many new kind of investment because, of course, everyone is expecting even more Russian drones as a kind of return to what the Ukrainians, of course, justified do in Russia.
Yeah, and I'd like to open it to the floor. We have 3 minutes left and a hard stop. Any questions? Nothing from Nate. Nate, really? Sure, great. Sure. Yeah. Great. Great.
We were with Nick in this poised peremochy in Kherson.
Indeed, indeed. Well, thank both of you for coming today. Just a quick question. I'd love to hear a little bit on, one of the things that you see in, I live in Washington, D.C. when I'm not over in Ukraine, and one of the things that strikes me is sometimes I go to Ukraine, and when I'm interfacing with payment systems and some of the banking, I'm like, wow, Ukraine is so far ahead, in some ways. And I'm curious if you could, sort of talk a little bit about this. I mean, I'm sure you think about the leapfrogging and the opportunities, and we know about Ukraine's digitization priorities and the incredible work being done. But I guess as you look towards the future, Ukraine can also be, I imagine, a kind of a showcase for what can be done in other parts of the world, including the United States.
Can I start? Just not my real example from yesterday. My son was just accepted by the American University in Washington, D.C. And I was supposed to pay, I paid for the first tuition for the first semester. And ouch, that was ouch. That's a private university.
Thank you.
And
great education.
And I chose the credit card, and 3% fee for paying by credit card. I said no. I will do the usual, check, American check, which sounds even from Polish, but from Ukrainian by far, kind of mid ages, like the old ad of what was that this insurance company, this caveman guys. So basically, that it shows really how upfront Ukraine is on all the digitalization, application, and but this is.
Yeah. I went to law school at American University, so you made a good investment. So congratulations. And
chosen political science.
Yeah. Look, I think you said it really well. I think Ukraine actually is quite ahead in the technology space, in the innovation space, in the digitization space. So we're actually, our solutions, now that we're talking about AI-enabled solutions, AI fraud protection, we're looking at agentic commerce, we're looking at rolling out fairly advanced. Again, our transport solutions are pretty advanced. We have a special card that we've issued to 13 million Ukrainians that they get cash back on their purchases because they get the cash back because they're buying products made in Ukraine by Ukrainians. That's a pretty tailored, specific product that's really you could only roll out in economies that already have a really solid foundation. Now, is there more to do? Of course. And do you have to worry about the basics on cybersecurity? Of course. And do you have to continue to keep an eye on the financial inclusion piece to make sure people are not left behind? Of course. And then I would also just say the small businesses that, you know, really do fuel the brunt of global economic activity. What we found is that they actually lack a lot of digitization skills, and they also have cybersecurity risks. So we've been working with a lot of small businesses across Europe, also in Ukraine, to give them that additional leg up. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we're excited to do it and proud to be such kind of good partners with our Ukrainian colleagues.
Well, thank you, Rich. Thank you, Jakub. I promised a lot of things, but I'm going to follow through on the hard stop today. So thank you for joining us today, all. Thank you both to you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your work as well. Appreciate it.